All right, everybody, how are we doing tonight? Everybody doing good? Thank you all for coming by. Hey, just as a random little side note, so you can help us defeat the Twitchness of the Twitch bots. Um, if you mute your stream, it doesn't count you as an active watcher. But if you set it on to like your volume is 1, if you like to just kind of have it up and lurk in the background, if you set the volume to 1, it still counts you as active. But if you make it mute, then it says you're inactive, and then our counts go down. So we want to make sure that like other people can see that life's good over here in the chat and over here on the stream. So if you would be ever so kind as to just kind of, if you want to turn down the volume, that's fine. Just don't mute it all the way, so that we can just say that you're live. Anyway, without that little admin bit, welcome everybody. Hey, it's first Monday, and we're gonna get started here. NerdGunPainting is gonna be joining us very soon. The only thing, he's experiencing technical difficulties, so he has said. Oh shit, hold on. What is this? Invite waiting on Twitch. Okay. Where is the invite then? Skirt. Oh, invite was sent. Let's see if we can get NerdGun. Or NerdGun get me. It's weird. The new like guest star thing, it's either I'm a guest on his show or he's a guest on my show. I'm like not 100% sure. But give me just a second, guys. Go ahead, get your drinks, get settled in, and we will get this kicked off. I know I'm trying to I said we go live at 6. We got technical difficulties. Bear with us. It's going to be a good stream. More hobby hangout, more chatting. Gotta love it.
License on, by the way.
I'm gonna. Here we go. Hey, look, we have NerdGun, everybody, in chat. We finally. It's weird. I'm a guest on his show. So if you wanna see what NerdGun's doing, and what I'm doing, if you go over to NerdGun's channel, you can see his and mine. Or you just hang out here, you can hear his chat. It's going to be one of the two. One of these days, we're going to figure this out. Where it's like, all right, I'm just going to take your little frame of thing that I have, and then I'm...
Yeah, see, I think that when Painting Dad and I we ended up doing something kind of similar to that.
Uh-huh.
But for the general fairness of... I don't know. I'm not sure how to say it. It's like for the general wanting to be able to share viewership and that sort of thing, that one wasn't a great option. So it did do the other thing though, which was to show that well, damn it. It did do the other thing, which was to show, my, picture in picture. But where you have two cameras set up, and very shortly I will also have two cameras set up, it could be that we can take a camera from Discord or whatever, do the same thing, get all the benefits. Sure. Certainly. She just asked me, do we want to be able to receive guest requests for people to be able to join on the stream? I said certainly, because I imagine that that's pretty well not going to happen. But
yeah, I was like, let's have let's do our thing, and then we'll see.
Do our thing.
If people have that much of a burning question to where they feel the need, then we'll try and
retitle it as a call-in show.
Yeah, we'll make it a call-in show instead. But for right now, we'll.
Hey, Art, long-time listener.
There we go. I've transitioned over to my painting table. Look, let me see. I want to see if this works. Hey, you can see him. Look at that. So if we do want to, if I do want to show something that you're doing on my chat or on my stream, I'll just swap over and we'll do a transition. So
okay, that works for me.
Anyway, yes, we're all here. We're all here. We're all live. We're all doing things. So anyway,
I do all the things.
I try to do.
Most of them aren't even good or noteworthy.
Yeah. It'd be like that sometimes.
All right. Oh, so
what are you painting tonight, sir?
Well, I got an old school style. No, this is printed, but this is a Def Dread for the orcs, and then I've got a couple of Killicans, and I might get to working on those. But the orc army that I've got is pretty well entirely unpainted, minus 20 models for a Shadow War game from years ago. But I also have these printed ones that I wanted to set up as, which you probably can't see hardly at all because of how black they are.
Let me transition over so we can.
Yeah.
We can see. There we go. Okay.
Oh, and I should probably, since my stream wasn't actually running yet, I should say hi, welcome to the stream, that sort of thing. But now it is. So I've got a Banshee Exarch and a one of their scouts, which are the Rangers for the Eldar. And I kind of liked these models better than, I know some new ones are coming out now, but better than the original models. Mm-hmm. And they even have faces with damn good detail on them, running that Saturn S at 0.3 millimeter layer height. Layson, say something.
Something.
Yep, all right.
Sweet.
So one thing I said, and she thought that I was upset at her, and just to restate it, I am not. I am going to have to basically just be ready a half hour beforehand because I have nothing but technical issues.
Yep.
And it's always a panic at the last moment.
It is. It hasn't.
Yeah. Fair enough.
But for me, for tonight, what I am painting, I call this
more Spooky Boys?
Yeah, more Spoopy Boys. But this is more like the expansion to my vampire army. So I have some I don't know what the Warhammer Fantasy equivalent's called. I think they're like Cairn Wraiths.
Why is it so tiny?
Because they're 15 mil. That's why
Yeah.
they're so tiny.
Oh, well, you can't hear that because they're 15 millimeter.
Oh.
They're like almost exactly half scale of
Yeah.
Warhammer stuff.
And I also have I have some Skelly Boys. So if we get through these Cairn raids real quick, I'll probably paint up some Skelly Boys.
Did you get some to print well that didn't get separated off?
Oh yeah, no, I'm good at that. That's easy.
Well,
And
yeah,
then-
it was the legs being so damn small.
Oh
before
yeah.
we were
Well,
talking about.
okay, so that's just
I actually-
downscaling.
I actually looked for some 15 millimeter files for skeletons the other night because I was like, his deployment's coming up. Holy shit! If he doesn't have something that works.
Yeah. I also have this lovely what was it? A vampire countess, vampiress on a horse to act as like my spellcaster for my army.
Oh yeah.
So.
And even on a horse, it's about the size of a Primaris Marine, isn't it?
On a horse? Hold on, let me check. It's Primaris Marine, lady on a horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, about.
Yep, that's about right.
Yep, checks out. All right.
Cool.
And then also, because it's fun, I got the black coach.
Ha! I have been dying to do one of those models.
I just have the tiny version.
That's adorable.
It is adorable, and I love it. And I was like, when I primed it, I was like, I want the coach to be black, but I want the horses to be like, wraithy green. So
Gotcha. So you got kind of a physical / ectoplasm transition going.
Yeah. Actually, putting the knot milk in the airbrush is kind of like the thinner. Works phenomenally. I tried it today. I was like, wow, this is actually really good.
Yep. Yeah.
It works for everything.
That airbrush primer, that is the way that I've been doing it, is thinning it out with that, and I've tested it for quite some time now, and it's like I started on my own models before I sent something out. I didn't want to send something to somebody. They grab it, put the thumb on it, and like paint comes off.
Oh.
But I tested it, and they have held up to play and all kinds of stuff, and so that's how I've been using it for some time now. It works great.
Yeah, it works for fucking everything.
Also, I will some time ago, Kitsune actually put on my Discord a
hydrate, you bastard!
like DIY / recipes
Mhm.
type thing, and that's where I'm gonna probably post like the recipe in this, and maybe even a super short TikTok
should.
length video.
You 100% should.
But also, there's a couple of secondary variations of this, and changing up its total. I'm sorry, it's total. It's constitution essentially.
Oh.
And so one of them is like a DIY.
There is a hair stuck in the priming of this model. And
That's the worst.
Yes.
Damn
anyway,
it, Russ.
Yeah. Nervous Null, thank you so much for the hydrate. Hey, welcome back, brother. Hey, how you? Nervous Null. You have been, I feel like you've been off the radar for a bit. I hope you're doing well. So.
Why was he echoing?
Probably because this microphone is sensitive and it's probably going through my headset. All right. We had a...
Thank you much, thank you much. I'm hydrating with Nos tonight, so yeah, that's going to be fun. But today's beer...
It's
I'm
like
gonna show
water.
this. Yeah, it's like water. It's just got some extra stuff in it. I have Chronic Ale, Amber Ale from Pizza Port Brewing Company. Oh, let me-
That's a clever name.
Does that say pizza?
Yeah,
No, it says Chronic Ale.
No,
Chronic?
below it.
Oh.
it's from Pizza Port Brewing
Yeah.
Company.
Support. Yeah, okay.
Down in good old, where was this one canned in? Carlsbad, California. It's hard to
So
find craft beers that are not IPAs in California. That's the biggest thing. Let's crack that puppy.
So I'm gonna give a tip that I don't normally give because, but
Hmm.
and it's not necessarily for you, although you might find a use in it.
Sure.
So they sell some very, extraordinarily expensive. It's like airbrush lubricant,
Mm-hmm.
right? You know what works phenomenally for that, and it's almost the exact same thing? Nothing added sex lube, like just the regular cheap stuff.
Just
I have been used. I have like a tiny bottle of it that it's just glycerin and water essentially, and they don't want to. You don't want to use oils and something you're using waters in because you don't want it to get mixed in.
not
but
like KY
that's all it
jelly.
is.
Is KY jelly
Yep.
too much?
KY jelly do it.
Oh, KY jelly do for airbrush lube.
Yep, for lubing things like I've got the my plunger / trigger here, and so it was getting stuck,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what I'm doing with it to make it unstuck.
Oh, that just sounds like you weren't cleaning your brush properly. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, you're not wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
They
this
call it.
thing runs many hours a day usually, and
Yeah.
so I do a deep clean, like a complete disassembly, full clean, probably once every 2 or 3 days. And last time we were streaming, I actually swapped airbrushes because it was better than sitting there cleaning it
Oh,
because it went down in the middle of the stream.
yeah. You gotta do some prep work. Gotta do some prep work
Yeah,
before streaming.
I have this problem, man, and this problem is very easy to describe, and it is I work until I am completely done, and I a lot of times just walk away from it and don't realize that I'm about to go to sleep.
Yep. Checks out. Yeah, I did the same shit. And then I got smart and I was like, wait, I need to actually have content prepared for my audience instead of me just kind of like sitting there priming. Now, some people get excited whenever you start airbrushing, but it's not priming. Priming does not excite people.
Right. Yeah,
Um,
priming doesn't. I actually came with assembled and primed models this time rather than assembly because
how's it
I
going?
hated that last turn or last stream. I hated sitting there trying to put those damn things together.
Yeah.
I got more done the last 45 minutes of the stream than I did the previous 4.5 hours.
Yep. Yep. But AM is sitting in chat. How's it going? I hope you're doing good, Mr. AM, on first Monday.
How you doing, man?
And then I'm still waiting on Nervous Noel's reply on where the hell he's been. Doing pretty good. Just building some blades of corn. Ooh. Okay. Now remind me, blades of corn, is that 40? That's not 40k, is it? Is that 40k or Age of Sigmar? That
I
sound
think that one's a Age of
that's
Sigmar.
part of the Slaves to Darkness box, isn't it? And I tell you what, AM, I'm doing great. It's first Monday. I'm still on leave, so
Which means it's first pseudo Monday.
it's first pseudo Monday. But overall, it's been pretty good. I actually had a late start, but a productive morning. So I don't know how else to put that. Age of Sigmar, they actually have their own book. Oh, so it's not okay. So it's not Slaves to Darkness. It's the Corn. I thought they were called like the Corn Bloodbound or something like that. Or maybe I don't know. Chaos is kind of chaos, and you just take the Chaos Warriors and paint them different colors, and all of a sudden you get. You're like, I have a Nurgle Chaos Warriors, and I have Corn Chaos Warriors. I do like the Corn helmets, and in Total War, the Corn Chaos Warriors are the most badass looking. That red and gold just looks so good.
There's a giant corn model that I only found out about a while ago because as much chaos as I paint, I don't actually play them at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's like a Imperial Knight size, but on treads.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that like it's like a corn tank. It's like a super expensive Forge World model that no one ever really buys.
I think they've released it in plastic now. I saw it in the kind of standard looking box, but again, I don't know that for sure. But it looked enormous, and I was like, that would be super fun to And then I got to looking at it, and it's basically just painting an Imperial Knight with treads, and they had it painted up red and gold. And I was
Yep.
like, that's a lot of red and gold. Like, that's a lot.
That's a lot of red. The Lord of Skulls. That's what it is. The live
What's it
chat
called?
isn't showing your messages. What? No, I can see your messages, Noel. Oh, let's check. See what Noel has been. No. I got that message, Noel. I don't know. What do you mean? I don't know. Live chat isn't showing your messages. That's unfortunate. Hold on a second. Let's see. Is nope, that one hit. I thought Noel's messages were possibly showing up in like in your chat, but I think we are talking about the Lord of Skulls AM. That it sounds about right. It's the corn tank that's got like the Chaos Warrior upper body, and then it's just on big ass treads.
Yeah, he's very large. I got a kind of a penchant for making painting really big models. I enjoy them, but oh man, just rivets and gold and everywhere.
Yeah, I think sometimes a little too much. There was something about like I saw a video. It's like the top 10 like silliest units in Warhammer, and the Lord of Skulls was one of them. It's like no one uses this thing. It's so big, and it's worth so many points, but it's not worth it.
Not, yeah, yeah. There are several like that are just like, no, I see where you're going with this, but after 2 or 3 revisions, this thing is now 1,000 points, and it can be beat up with a guy with a bolter.
Yeah. And
I know in 7th and 6th both, I think Chaos Demons didn't get an update for 2 editions or something like that, like at all. They just like, yeah, just what we got's fine. And so you had 2 full editions of Creep.
Yeah.
Followed by nothing new for any demons, right? And so there are some Chaos Demons that I was looking at not too long ago, and they're all like 666 points or 777 points. And for each like 111 point difference, you're not getting anything. Like there's not a ton different. It's like a buddy of mine played one the last game we got to play, and he's like, this thing was absolutely not worth the points, and I know this going in, and I want to say it going in. I was like, well, if he just dies instantly, then that's a good excuse.
Hold on. Nervousville saying he has to highlight his messages to get them to show in the live chat. That's not what? He's been busy. Gonna be back soon. Okay. You shouldn't have to spend points to highlight your message in order to get them to show in chat unless. That's not.
Cool.
That's not good. I don't know how to really troubleshoot that one. AM says that there's actually 2 versions of the Lord of Skulls. There's a stand-up version, and then there's the one on tracks. So there's 2 versions of it. Is it all in the same kit? I don't know if it's all in the same kit. I hope so, because I don't think I'd ever like spend money on just like the legs of
right
of a Lord of Skulls.
Dude, Forge World legs.
Yeah.
Just in the collection of STLs that I've got.
Oh, they're
over
not
time.
in the same kit. Oh, yeah, that's probably why
Oh,
everyone.
for Christ's sake.
Yeah, Jesus. That's some GW shenanigans right there. They're like, haha, you want to get your own shit? That sucks. Like.
Now, I don't know what the rules are like now, but when I did look at this thing, when I discovered it a little bit ago, it has like, I know they don't really do them anymore, at least as a rule base, but it has the super heavy vehicle rules instead of the super heavy walker rules when it has at least the tread version of it. I didn't know that there were 2 versions of it. So it kind of in some way acts like a walker when it's in close combat.
Mm-hmm.
And then it kind of in some ways, so it could do like Thunder Blitz and stuff like that, where it's, doing basically running over other units.
Yeah. Jesus, it's a little excessive.
Hey man, that was 7th. Like, I love the general crunchiness of the rules, and I think I might be in the minority to a large extent because I think Games Workshop's Gambit probably worked insofar as um, they probably got more players with the quote streamlined edition.
Nope, they got more players with COVID.
Ah, oh, so
That's
they're gonna read that the wrong way, and damn it.
they did read it the wrong way.
Uh,
Because people got bored during COVID, they're like, "Oh, I'm just gonna paint something," and then that's how a lot of YouTube channels started popping up too. It was during COVID because everyone just sitting around at home. Let's see. Am said, okay, they're different. He is Forge World, and 3D printing is life saving. Yes, I 100% agree that 3D printing is a life saving investment in terms of your wallet.
oh man, like I don't know if I talked to you about this before or not, but I've got a $2,500 worth of Krieg that I printed out for something like 3 bottles of resin.
Oh my god.
And at the time, at least, I don't know what Forge World prices are now, but at the time, in order to field it, you had to have a minimum of 2 25-man units plus an HQ in order to even
What the fuck?
in order to even field them. And they were selling them in like packs of 5 for $40.
Jeez.
And I was like, how does anyone ever play this?
Hey, no, I didn't get your test message. I do not know why your non-highlighted messages are not showing up. Drink! Oh my goodness, who we got here? Oh, Gear Freak. Oh, thank you. Thank you for making me drink. Here we go. The fun has started. Cheers. Okay. Now where the hell was I? Alright. So I'm just doing very basic paint jobs. I wanted to be quick about these. I wanted to see how fast I can get these done.
Yeah.
So I'm just doing like Gorgrunta fur for the wood, Black Legion over all the parts I'm gonna paint metallic, so I can put like a silver on it, and then throw on the metallics, throw on the Hexwraith Flame for all the green, and then start highlighting up from there. If I want to do highlights, which I don't know if I want to do that yet. We'll find out.
That sounds like. And which one is this you're working on now?
These are the Cairn Wraiths.
Okay, yeah. I haven't played Fantasy or Age of Sigmar with undead or vampire. They used to be. Okay, so the Tomb Kings were a different thing, right? They were like mummies.
Yeah, the Tomb Kings are mummy undead. They all kind of fall under the undead spectrum, but they are the mummy undead.
We have a spectrum for this now.
There is a spectrum of undead. Because there's the vampire courts, there's the vampire coast, there is
The vampire courts are different than the vampire counts.
coast. So yeah, the vampire coast is like pirate vampires, and then you have the vampire courts that are like the Transylvanian kind of ones, and then you also have the what the hell is it? What did I just say? You had the Tomb Kings, and then someone help me in chat if there was any other dead or undead factions in Total War for the old world stuff. Let's see.
Were you the one telling me that they were going to be bringing back essentially the old world and getting like fantasy going again?
Yeah, they are working on Warhammer: The Old World.
Is it going to play like Sigmar, which is a lot more like 40k, or is it going to be more the rank and file kind like it used to be?
There has been no info released on it.
Okay.
They just said Warhammer the Old World. It's a thing because everyone's like, I want tradition. I want all the Old World races back because you didn't have to blow it all up for Age of Sigmar, which I
It's like,
kind
we
of.
like this game fine for 25 years. What are you doing?
It's like I think people are like, yeah, the gameplay isn't bad. We just want all of our old factions back, and everyone has always been so mad about the fact that the Tomb Kings went away.
Right. It's
So,
like they're vocal about that and squats. Like most people I had talked to had never even heard of squats, and suddenly there's this internet revolution
on the squats.
on bringing the squats back. It's like, what? Where did this come from? Nobody who's played even cared about that. Fucking Space Dwarves.
There's
That's
been
fine.
yeah, there's been I think since it got more I don't know what you want to call it, like mainstream, quote unquote. Warhammer in general has gotten more mainstream. Like people have talked about, oh yeah, there's this race called the Squats, and they were space dwarves, and everyone's like, oh, that's cool. Where are they at? And they all go, oh no, they just stopped supporting them. And then they're like, oh, I would play if they had dwarves because I like dwarves in 40K. And then also
Right.
Games Workshop just, I don't know where, like their profit margin is ridiculous. So they're just said, well, let's start developing all this shit.
Hey, it's not a bad move. Oh, sorry. So,
Well, they're
Suni had a question here.
yeah.
Sorry, sweet. What was your question?
No, why his place are called Russell Sprouts?
Oh, because his dog is Russ.
Yep, my dog is Russ.
Why is there only one out?
Huh?
Why is there only one out?
Because his dog isn't Russell. It's Russ. That's after Lehman Russ.
Yes, that is correct. But
Did I get that out? I
Yep,
got it right. Do
you
I
got
get a
it
point?
right.
All right.
yep, you got it. You got it correct.
One giant lifetime point.
Yes, Russell. The only reason why I call him Russell Sprouts. Oh my goodness. There we go. He gets the points and makes me drink. Very well. Thank you, Kitsune.
he
But
gets the points and makes him drink.
yes, Russell Sprouts. I don't know. I'm planning on changing the channel point name, the name of the channel points, because, you know, Russell Sprouts is just kind of a joke because everyone thinks that Russ's name is Russell, but it's just Russ. It's like,
After the great Lehman,
yeah, after the great Lehman.
the goodest of boys.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I've got to tell you, I haven't been super excited about putting an army together for a while.
Uh-huh.
Like sometimes I get on one, man. I'm like, I've got to play. Fill in the blank.
Yep.
And I was like, I'd like to play orcs. And then as I'm printing stuff and stuff's coming off the printer and getting put together and whatever,
Yeah.
it's like I'm more and more interested in it as we go because I love the semi-disabled aesthetic of everything where they're just like, I got a welder, and like that's the whole thing. That's their aesthetic. I have a welder.
I have a welder.
I know how rivets work.
Yep. Sometimes. It's like a maybe about the whole rivet thing. I know how rivets work. Really? But do you? Do you really know how rivets work?
And hey, I love the lore of the thing. It's like none of them are educated.
Oh no.
Of any sort.
No, they
and
just
nothing's even passed down orally. They're just born with the knowledge how to do rivets and
Yep.
MIG welding.
Yep. And there's only a few though. Those are the mech boys. The mech boys are
Right.
are endowed with that information, where they just know how to do it. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, nervous null. I don't know what's going on with that whole highlight message stuff, but oh my goodness.
I know that.
All right, Russ, go to your place. Get out from underneath the desk. Thank you. 'Cause he wants to keep getting up and moving, and it's going to shake my desk. And yeah. Anyway. No. You go to your place. Good boy. Stay there.
So at least on my end, nothing should be changed as far as I don't think it's on my end needing it to highlight the messages. I was looking, and I can't see anything that could have been changed to make that happen.
Yeah, I don't.
Because we're also getting other people that are able to just write it normally, right? So
Yep. It could be a Twitch thing on their end. I don't know. Because like as a content creator, you can say, oh, I only want a followers only chat.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that they can only see highlighted messages.
Right.
Unless you're having some connection issue with like the Twitch server itself. So.
No, on my end, I don't think that that's happening, but that doesn't mean that it's not happening.
Yeah. Dantiani just said, just Googled it. Best answer she got was to wait 24 hours.
Well,
Wait 24 hours for it to unfuck itself. Checks out.
and so it's different depending on the artist, whether it's somebody doing STL files or the sculptor for Games Workshop.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the gun nerd more than the nerd gun side of me, right? The fact that they've got water jackets on some of their machine guns,
Yeah.
like the old 1919 Maxim guns, and
Mhm.
or I'm sorry, not 1919, like 1917.
Yeah.
Like that thing is absolutely going to be a big brass jacket because it should be. But it's like that shit's just cool. Like,
Yeah. They're
born with the information for like what nukes. Like they can make really dirty nukes. That's been said.
Yep.
And then it's like, and machine guns. Well, guns, just guns in general, sort of.
Yeah.
And so maybe anywhere from like 6 of them duct taped together to like one water cooled thing that's basically human World War I technology.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with all of this.
I thought there was something like there was some accounts of like there was an Adeptus Mechanicus, like there's some Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests that like managed to capture some orc weaponry, and they just like opened it up and it was just like a box filled with bolts, and it like, it was just a metal box that just had like bolts and screws in it, and they're like, this shot something. And they're like, no one can figure out how this thing actually fired.
because they know it can.
Yeah,
Like we know it can.
Yeah. Well, he's like, yeah, this will shoot, and it shot. So, but then like the admech get in, they're like, what the fuck is this?
That was one of my favorite. Maybe fan theories or something that I had heard was that the only reason the Emperor was still alive is because the Orcs thinks he is.
Yep, that's a hot theory. Because the orcs still think that he's alive or believe that he's strong enough to be alive, and therefore that's why he still lives.
He is.
So, yeah, God, the orcs. They're movers and shakers, man.
They know what's up.
They know what's up. And if they don't know what's up, it's not a thing that we need to concern ourselves with because it's not a thing.
Right. I think. All right. Orcs figured out.
Yep.
Good show, everybody. Thanks for coming by.
Yep. You want to know anything about anything in the Warhammer 40k universe? Just ask the orcs, because if they say it's a thing, then it must be a thing. And if they don't think it's a thing, it's definitely not a thing.
So what's weather like in California right now?
Well, the weather here in 29 Palms has been pretty chilly.
What's really chilly, or what's pretty chilly?
Well, okay. Chilly for California, where we're talking like,
In the 50s?
In the mornings, it's usually like, high 30s, and then it gets into about like like low 70s in the middle of the day. But that's just desert weather. So.
Yeah, fair enough. She got the door open. I felt the outside air, and I was like, "Oh, yeah, this may be the South, but it is definitely reaching cold weather."
Well, yeah.
Then I was going to bitch about it, and then I was like, "Wait, he's from California. He might not understand what cold weather is."
I know what cold weather is. Look,
Theoretically.
I've been in North Carolina. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was there for 4
there's
years.
stuff here.
Yeah.
Actually, North Carolina, as far as the winter goes, as far as what it ought to be, and I'm compared to like Kentucky weather and stuff, it's pretty mild here. Like generally, it's pretty damn mild. And my aunt, who was the one who invited me to come up here, I was like, so what are the winters like here? She's like, it's not Kentucky winters, not even close.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't really snow in North Carolina. It might on a very rare occasion. And it did back in 2013. Yeah, when I first got it was like the first winter where it snowed and like nobody knew what to do on the road.
That's something that terrifies me here. Is like no one's from here, and no one can already drive already, which is really just a shorthand way of saying no one's from here, so they don't all have the same customs in driving,
Yes.
right? And so I'm like, man, I hope it doesn't snow because I'm basically just not going anywhere. I know you don't know how to handle it. I know you're not from here.
Yep. And it's just funny. It's so funny. Cuz they shut down the base and everything. Like the moment there was like a report of FBI, open up! Thank you, subpar player. Thank you so much for dropping the FBI to like come raid.
These aren't the kind of raids we prefer.
No. Jesus, yeah, and I make it obnoxiously loud, so it just like blows the headphones off my head. Hold on, let's see here. Came in just to do this, now off to bed. All right, well, good night, subpar.
See you later, buddy. Good luck on your camo schemes. I don't know if you actually saw that in the Discord or not, but he was going to show off this scheme, and it was just a picture of his fucking linoleum.
Oh yeah, I saw that. In your thing.
It was a fantastic scheme. Like I couldn't tell where it was.
Yeah, it was hidden. It was gone. Never to be found again.
So what do you think? I don't know about what color even to make these walkers here. I mean, I know the orc colors.
Yeah. I mean, what do you want them to do? You want them to be fast. You want them to be explosive. You want them to be lucky. You want them to be sneaky. What do you want them to do?
All right, so
or you could just paint them.
Yellow is the color, right?
Yellow is
Killy for luck and no.
I think it
black. Black is dead hard.
Yeah. Yellow, I think, is a killy color. Yeah. Like, they're more explosive. Like, they more boomy stuff.
I'm going to have to bring this list up again, just so I can look at it. Because last time I was doing it, Kitsune was like, we were talking about it, and she brought it up. She's like, no, this is this color. I was like, I don't think it is. She's like, I'm looking at the list right here.
Oh, gotcha.
All right, I got to change my paint water out because I used some metallics.
Oh, that's why I got 2 wash cups.
I had 2, and the other one got used by Kitsune, so I've got to fill this one back up.
That's where you went wrong. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, Gear Freaks. Yeah, it really snows. Yeah, you're in Texas, right? Please confirm. Mississippi. Oh, damn it. Yeah. Well, I feel like just because you're closer to the equator, that makes more sense in terms of the fact that it rarely snows. Because like Gulf Coast rarely gets snow. However, like North Carolina is kind of that, like right at that point to where if it gets really cold, it can snow. But most of the time it don't. That's why that one year in 2013, when it snowed on base, and like the whole base just shut down. Like no one knew what to do. They're just like, oh my god, there's snow, and I mean, it was nice for me because we got like 5 days off of work because the base was shut down for that long.
That's
Because
pretty fantastic.
people couldn't drive into work. They're like, "Yep, there's black ice on the road. We're not even gonna risk this game."
I know the Army for a while was offering schools, offensive and defensive driving schools.
Oh my god!
And I guarantee you that, well, actually I know for a fact that driving in snow was not one of the things that was covered.
What? Oh no, I think the funniest like commercial. So I think the greatest in terms of entertainment, because just it's funny to watch, is like the Armed Forces news, the Armed Forces Network, right? So how do I start this? So I was in Sicily in 2017, right? And 2017 was also the year that Pokemon Go came out, where you walked around with your phone. Yeah. So there was
what people need is more of a reason to walk around with their head buried in their phone.
Well, I mean, so Marines, it's not that big of an issue because, like, they tell us, hey, you can't walk around, you can't be on your phone and walking at the same time.
Yeah, we were told that.
Yeah.
For sure. And like that, I think that's a pretty old. Wait, is it not that way for other people?
It is not that way for the
Did I
Navy.
missed out on ambulatory cell phone time?
Yeah. It's not that way for the Navy. For the Navy, you have to, what is it? Like, you have to, if you're going to walk and be on your phone, it has to be in your left hand so that if someone comes that is, of saluting rank, you put your phone down at your side and you salute with your right hand. And that's the Navy's thing. I think the Army is kind of in the same boat nowadays. Don't 100% quote me on that one. Marine Corps, though, they're like, no, you're not going to fucking do that. And it's like, all right, checks
Quit
out.
being a tool.
It's like, fine, all right.
We don't do that here or update equipment.
Yep.
Those are two things we don't do in the Marines.
Yeah, we don't do that shit. We still use T312s for field phones. Like, the old, like, back in Vietnam, run some slash wire and, like, here's the little crank phone. Put a D battery in it. Still have them because no one wants to get rid of them. Anyway, there was a commercial that came out on the Armed Forces Network, right? And it just blew my fucking mind about, like, how not more than, like, 2 weeks after Pokemon Go dropped, to where they had a warning commercial of, hey, don't walk across the street and try and play Pokemon Go at the same time. And I'm like, it's like warning labels. The reason why there's a warning label on a product is because someone already did it. And I'm like, really? There's people there's people getting hit by cars in the military because they're trying to play Pokemon Go and run across the street like a bunch of fucking idiots. And then there was all these reports we kept seeing on the news about, like, how people were breaking into other people's houses because it's like there's a Pokemon that was, like, located right in that location. In order for them to get close enough, they had to go break into this person's house to try and catch this Pokemon on Pokemon Go. It's like, Jesus.
Hey, what's up, Gosu? How you doing, man? Yeah, that's a little nuts.
Yeah.
Someone had to, like, listen, friend, sit down. Form a learning circle.
Oh my god. Yeah, like, we gotta talk about this. This is bad.
Gosu, what tank you working on? Gosu says he's got some funny military Pokemon Go stories.
Oh god. just blows my mind. Just blows my mind.
Hey man, look in 2005,
Okay. 20
they
odd
were giving
5.
out for combat MOS, man. They were giving out ASVAB waivers, so none of this surprised me.
Okay, yeah, fair play.
Those have been essentially. There's been kind of a standard on that since like World War One. Like, don't do that.
Don't
They're
put.
like, we need people, and no one wants to do this anymore.
Yeah. Well, there was a big backlash on like some of the recent Army commercials that have been that were recently released.
Like television commercials.
Yeah, like television commercials talking about because they're talking they went all woke with them, and apparently people were like,
yeah, the CIA did that too. I saw that.
yeah, and people were just not happy about it.
It's like, we don't care who you fuck. Come kill who we want you to kill.
Yeah. Well,
The Army.
no. I mean, they were more of the whole thing of like, we care about like
Trans rights and gay rights.
Yeah, trans rights and gay rights. It's like, yeah, you can have all that. Just do your damn job. That's all we want. Honestly, if that was the commercial, that'd be fine. But they're more like, I don't know. It seemed more like they were trying to say, hey, the Army is a safe space. And that is not true. Like, ever. If you join the military because you want to go be in a safe space, you went to the wrong place. Go.
I feel like you don't understand what a military does.
Yeah. Like if you're scared for your.
I know you don't use those anymore, but here you go.
Yeah.
I want you to read this entry. Hey, welcome back, Osu.
What happened to your mic, dude?
So, I
There you go. You fixed
got some
it.
fancy cheese and crackers things. I was trying not to chew in people's ear.
Ooh, you charcuting over there, huh?
Mm-hmm. I also realized I haven't eaten since yesterday, and I could be fussy for that reason. Like
Yeah,
a small infant.
that do it. You should probably eat. Eating's good for
Yeah.
the soul
and
for
the mood
survival.
and the body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just forget sometimes.
It happens. Yeah, I was like, wow, I'm getting really tired and like angry at little things. And then I looked at and then I was like, no, I haven't really eaten today. I should probably do that. And then I went and did it. I went and ate some food, and I was like, I feel better. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
things aren't so bad.
Yeah.
Guess who says, so I used to work on a locked nursing floor when we worked at Walter Reed, and we had a lot of VIP patients and hush-hush patients. So people would keep trying to access and get into our locked floor to play Pokemon Go because apparently there was good Pokemon there.
Oh my god.
But being in charge of night shift, I'd have to yell at motherfuckers in order to get them to get onto the floor.
Oh my god. That. Yeah, Pokemon Go. That. Apparently, people still play it today.
Yeah.
Which, if you still play it today, by all means, more power to you. It's just, I thought you would walk around and you'd go catch Pokemon, and then you could play like you do traditional Pokemon.
Yeah.
With the stuff that you caught, and maybe you go catch like how they did like their whole level up and power system, right? But you still had like a move set. Or you would try to find the same Pokemon, but it had a better move set or something like that. Or you can teach it different things if because monetization is a thing.
Right.
But they didn't do that. They just do like a tap and shift and like dodge in circles. And it's like, that's really boring. Oh, shit.
Boring.
Oh, hold on. What is... Runic Raccoon, thank you so much for the raid. Hey, how's it going, everybody? We got Wolfgate, Hobby Time, Joe, love it. Zombie Bunny Creations, hey, how's it going? Hello, hello, hello. Jeez, I need to make more emotes so that I can have my viewers like just scream raid into other people's chats. But yeah, welcome in, welcome in.
Hello,
Uh,
hello, everybody.
yeah, I'm hanging out here with NerdGunPainting, and we're just talking about hobby stuff and doing things.
All right, let's.
Joe
I know that it's
FTG,
still
and thank
part
you so
of
much for
part
the
of your
follow.
life, but let's do a 30-minute moratorium on military stories because I feel like we did a lot of that last time. Like, listen, there are some dumb fucks. The end.
We, we want to talk more about how the military is just filled with special people sometimes, or
I don't know, a moratorium, man. Just a rest. You know,
okay.
because until I started doing this stuff, it's like I haven't told any of these stories or talked about any of that stuff in years and years and years now.
Yeah.
And then now I'm on here and like everybody's been in, and so everybody's got stories about it and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, oh yeah, and then I'm like 15 years out of date on everything.
Look, it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed.
Right.
Oh, hold
right.
on. Hold on. What we got here? I don't know if I said this before. Joe, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Was it what? Lazen has some dope. WM. Oh, War Master. Duh. I know acronyms. Yeah. Military stories. I have some extra dumb ones for you. Oh boy. We got another one. As somebody who has done 4 years, Spec Ops, I can happily talk stories. Hey, Nerdgun to his time in the Army. I am currently active duty as a Marine. Geez, hold on. Like the time I jumped on an IED because we found one at dinner at chow time and didn't want to wait 3 hours for EOD.
What?
What?
Am I wording it that appropriately? That's an appropriate one,
wait,
right?
hold on.
What?
Joe. Please, what? Jumped on an IED because you found one at chow time, and you didn't want to wait 3 hours for EOD. I am assuming you were on patrol. You were outside the wire, and you were just sitting there eating an MRE. But you jumped on it? I'm very, like... As anybody says, stories are great unless you're Army. No one loves those guys.
Stories are great unless you're Army?
Unless you're Army, because no one loves those guys.
Hey, look. He's not wrong. It's actually, you know, the thing is, I think there's like 3 military stories, period.
Oh.
And they're all the same.
Okay.
But they vary slightly.
Okay.
Now, the Navy and the Air Force, I think they've got their own stories. But like the Marine Army stories, it's like I've heard a version of X story. Because, you know, like you say, nothing's changed. And I don't think anything's changed in 30 or 40 years. Like, not really.
No, but it's the names and the dumb shit that happens that makes it all worth it.
Right.
Yep. Zombie Buddy Creations 03.
We made along the way.
Yeah. 0311, get some? Hell yeah. I'm no 03, I'm a Pogue. I'm an 0679. What am I doing with my life? I am painting this.
Giving people internet and painting minis.
Yep. Using the internet.
I don't want to oversimplify it here or anything. Just...
No, you're right. You're 100% right. You want internet? I'll get you. I get you internet. It's as simple as it goes.
Oh shit! I almost forgot. Hold on. I was talking to Gosu today. He and I had talked about maybe doing a co-stream at some point or another, Ooh. And he's a little under the weather, so I'm going to. We're gonna be delaying for a little bit, but I laser cut some Iron Warrior stencils for him, and I forgot about that. I'm gonna grab them.
Ooh.
1 sec.
Yeah. Hold on. Joe has responded with his with this chow time. His evening chow IED jumping story. This will be entertaining. hold on. I need to just put this green on here so I don't get like weird drying layers. But for those of you who have never been here before, yeah, no problem, Nick. For those of you who've never been here before, my name is Layson. This is Layson Paints, and I just paint stuff. But I've been really on a big kick on painting like tiny armies. So this right here is I'm painting up some Cairn wraiths for my 15 millimeter vampire army, and you can see some of them down in the, I don't know if I'm pointing right, down there in that section. Bam. Yeah, those more like multi-based units are stuff. How much to paint 2K of high elves? Hey, so
which 2K of high elves, right?
uh,
Like, is that 2K of infantry or is that 2K of really big guys?
well, I don't know if it's all 15 mil, because I use Forest Dragon minis. I have some high elves that I have been painting. So I have spearmen and such and stuff. So War Master. So War Master is 10 mil. I don't know if I really want to paint 10 mil. Yeah. I mean, if you want to do 15, if you want to do 15 mil, I don't like to go lower than 15. Because when I go any smaller than that, then it's
15's already a challenge.
yeah. 15's a nice happy medium.
Oh yeah.
But
it's
how
gonna be
much
sideways
to
but-
paint it for 2K? I'd have to see like the roster, because I charge by the hour.
It's the only way to go.
Yeah. And then if you want me to 3D print it, like I can 3D print them. That's no dramas.
Showing off some. I cut these. Ghosty and I were talking about some stencils and some printed stuff for his Iron Warriors forever ago, and forever ago is now like probably a month and a half ago. And I cut these. I was thinking about it while I was cutting some other stuff on the laser. And I cut these for him. I was like, all right, and then I just stuck them on a shelf, and I didn't run into him again until very recently. I was like, yeah, I cut those for you. He's like, yeah, I'd like to see him. And that's been a month and a half ago.
Oh, jeez. Actually, here, let me.
And then
hold on. Do
bunch
you have them on camera right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
they're all stuck to an MDF board, the backer board, but
Hold on. Let me do a little quick shift here so we can see. Whoop. There it is. There we go. So you shifted them onto an MDF board.
yeah,
And
it's a spoiler board so that the material doesn't warp. But this mylar material I've been using has been really great as far as reusability.
Hmm.
And so it's just a bunch of stencils for Iron Warrior stuff for predators and tanks and land raiders and the like.
I was about to say they look a little big for like.
They're big for that. I've got some much smaller ones in a folder somewhere or a bag, and then this is a spoiler board for the other, but a whole bunch of 2mm, 4mm, and damaged. They're for hazard stripes for on vehicles and stuff, just stencils for that. Because painting hazard stripes by hand is an absolute pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, glad you like them, man. I'll have to get them all together and drop them in a mailer or something to you at some point.
Yeah,
Here-
Zombie Bunny
here soon.
Creation says they look really cool.
Cool.
What? Oh.
I like them.
Yeah, let me switch back. Bam.
Mm-hmm.
But for Zombie Bunny, to kind of further your question, so to paint 1,000 points of the vampire army, that was plus or minus like maybe an hour or so for the whole everybody raids coming in. I'm playing show and tell while on stream. That was about jeez. It was an 11-hour stream, a 9-hour stream, and an 8-hour stream. So let's math that real quick. 17 plus 11 is
28 hours.
28 hours. And I live in California, so, and I don't paint for minimum wage. So,
Yeah. That stuff. Once I started doing this full time, like the working for free thing went pretty quickly. Like the working for minimum wage. I do a lot of quoting by jobs. Do you do that? Where you're just like, this is roughly what it's going to cost? Or
yeah,
I try
to give a best estimate. It's a lot easier for like just 3D printing and not so much painting.
Right.
Let's see.
Well, if you've got a good accurate print time and you're charging with print time, then that's print time, right?
Yeah. He has a crate of Rippets and challenge coins. Rippets. Oh man, I miss Rippets. Those are great. 99-cent energy drinks. I think that won the war, to be honest. Thank you, Gear. For those. For all the Raiders that just came in. Tonight's beer that I am drinking is Chronic. I don't know if hopefully this shows up on shot. Chronic Ale by Pizza Port Brewing Company. It's an amber ale, and it's pretty good. Pretty good. I wouldn't say it's the greatest beer alive, but it's not bad. It'll get you there. What's the alcoholic content now that I think about it? Ooh, geez. What is your 4.9? 4.9%. So it's nothing crazy. And to answer your question, Zombie, I am not in Pendleton. I am in 29 Palms, also known as McCagsey.
I didn't know that. This
Yep.
is news to me.
Marine Air Ground Combat Center.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, being in the Marine Corps, there's a lot of MIC stuff. Because it's just all Marine Corps, and then insert whatever you want after that, and then you. Yeah, it gets annoying after a while. But I think the best acronym that they have for the Marine Corps is McPeepee. Officers love McPeepee because it's the Marine Corps planning process.
Ah.
And it's unnecessarily abbreviated to McPeepee.
I'm okay with this, honestly. This is my kind of humor. I'm 12.
I had one of my old combos. He's like, yeah, we just gotta apply some McPeepee and this and that. I was like, hold up, what? What do you want about? It's like, you don't know about McPeepee? I was like, no, I don't know McPeepee, sir. Not a thing they teach us in boot camp. I know what a MagTaf is. I don't know what McPeepee is. So I bet when I said 29 palms, like, oh dear baby Jesus, just as oh God, you poor soul. And I got some F's in chat. At least it's not Camp Wilson. Yeah, Camp Wilson is not. I mean, Camp Wilson is in 29 Palms. It's part of McCagsey. Just Camp Wilson is. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be permanent personnel where that is my place of work. I feel so sorry for those Marines. That I'd like, and they wonder why retention is bad. It's like, go to Camp Wilson and just go see what like the FAPT Marines or the permanent personnel Marines that work in Camp Wilson have to deal with. Because it's nothing but just like old school hooches, like cans and desert.
Big metal Quonset hut things.
Yeah.
Like old school.
Yeah, we just call them hooches.
Yeah, those are great for exactly 3 minutes.
Yeah, and especially in the wintertime when it's not insulated.
Yeah, it's like you bake in the summer because it's just a big metal, and I don't care what kind of paint they put on it.
Yep.
Steel conducts heat. I don't know if.
No, that science checks out.
Yeah. Okay.
I agree with your science. And then in the winter, it doesn't hold anything. Yep.
Yep, makes sense.
Yep.
All right, Ghost, so I actually found where I put all those. They were where I lost all the other stuff.
Oh, God.
So yeah, here's some hazard stripe bits, and I'll even do a real quick test run on them because I haven't even tested them yet.
I don't know. Zombie Buddy, I don't feel like I'm young. I mean, I'm 29. I'm almost 30. I don't feel so young.
Damn whippersnappers!
Oh my God.
I've never been able to say whippersnapper before.
Hey, we're gonna do a.
Look 'em up.
Yeah, 29 is ancient in Marine Corps years. That is true. I'm on the half. I've passed the halfway to retirement line. Okay. I am, like, once I'm in the last 15, I become an ancient, and that's where I get to. All right, 15 years, and it's like, yep, you're an ancient, and
But plus 1 ballistic skill, so that's a plus.
+1 to ballistic skill, absolutely. Because in every single World War II or like Milsim game, if you're a veteran, they get +1 to shooting and +1 to morale. Because they're just like, fuck it.
Yeah, it's either I've seen this all before, you don't fucking scare me, or fuck it.
Yeah.
And it depends on like how hardcore the game is. If it's a real hardcore, realistic milsim, it's definitely fuck it, because that's the one that I always see.
Yeah.
It's like this is nothing new.
Fucking stupid. Yeah. I'm convinced. Well, oh jeez, I'm trying to read. One of my old team leads to join the Corps over a year ago. What? Oh, you convinced one of your old team leads to join the league at 27. Oh, yeah, I mean, 28's the cutoff, so... I actually had a good friend of mine. He was...
28 is the cutoff for the Marines?
Yeah.
It takes like literal ancients. I think it was 42.
Yep. No, Marine Corps needs the young bucks. So they say. Yeah.
So I wonder if that's a body thing or like. All right, so you're 29 now, right?
Uh-huh.
You getting closing up on old dirty 30 there.
Yep.
And so the amount of horse shit that you're willing to tolerate on a day-to-day has dropped immensely.
Yes.
For, like, say, a job, or right.
Yep.
So, given the, let's say, propensity for
If anything,
Marine Corps horse shit,
it's my being vocal of some of the bullshit that happens. Because as a young Marine, you're just kind of like
somebody in this 32 or 33 who's already worked other jobs or done other things.
Yeah.
Like, he is not going to be good for morale, probably.
No. It's because sometimes, especially, it mainly falls on like staff NCOs to be like, that's fucking dumb. We're not doing that. And
right.
The only way that like we have to keep doing it is because it gets overruled by like first sergeant or something like that. But we like we'll go up to the company office and be like, first sergeant, that's dumb. We're not doing that. We don't want to do that because that's dumb. We have other things that we need to accomplish. No, we're not doing a blues inspection at 0630 on a Tuesday. Like, not necessary. We'll check our own guys. Thank you.
All right, I was getting some serious feedback, and I just could not tell if that was coming through my mic or where it was, so I adjusted some levels. Everybody still hear me all right?
Oh yeah, I have to read the story from Joe about this whole IED thing.
Right.
Yeah, we got a ping on the metal detector during route clearance. There was no other indicator of an IED being in place there, and my squad leader wanted to call it in. I wanted to go the fuck home. Checks out. Told him we didn't have any other indicators of the IED besides a metal detector ping. So I jumped on the ping to make a point. Packed up and went home, and the next morning a car ran over it and evaporated. Jesus.
It wasn't a human-sized ping; it was a car-sized ping.
No. It's the saying like a car. a car like went over the same place that he like jumped on, and the ID didn't go off. But when this random car went over it, the car evaporated.
Yeah. Yeah. God, the amount of the cleverness that people use for mines and like ID or mine warfare.
Yeah.
Like, there was a great infographic that like extended well beyond the time that I was enlisted, but it was this great infographic that was basically the back and forth war that the U.S. Army and Marines were going for IEDs, and so they'd be like, oh well, you do it heat sensitive as the trigger. So they were putting like microwave emitters out front of the Humvees so that it would set them off early.
Yeah.
It like all this back and forth stuff, and it's like the I don't know, it's Green Beret manual. It's like, if your enemy's high tech, go low tech.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, if they're good at this or they're good at that, you do the other thing. And yeah, apparently the successors of the Mooj really caught on to that, and we're like, yeah.
They're just gonna, with the microwaves, and they have the trigger for the microwave for it to go off, and then they just like will place it farther, like closer down the road, so that when the little sweep goes over it, they'll just blow up farther back in the column. They had like those other like old-fashioned rollers. They just had like rollers go like in front of the actual MRAPs, and they also offset those IEDs too, which was just bullshit. Joe said they had some really heavy-duty springs on the IED that he jumped on. Apparently, he wasn't enough, and EOD recovered it during their battle damage assessment.
Jesus, so it was a mechanical switch.
Yeah, it was a mechanical.
Yeah, they were just using it. So it wasn't like magnetic trigger or something like that.
Nope.
He just didn't have his steel toes on. Just mechanical with a leaf spring.
Yep.
And like, that was it.
Yep. Just
yeah,
a pressure
that's
plate.
what I mean. Yeah, go low tech.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I think that's
I mean, if you put plastic explosives inside of a plastic container and then you bury it, it really doesn't show up on a metal detector. Oh, Alexa, stop.
Yeah, Cazador said he saw one. There you go. Cazador said he saw one that what is it? Oh, using a car battery, a chip bag, wires, and an artillery shell.
Jeez. And then you get like, so every time I think of like IEDs, right? I think of one, not a good time, but and two, I think of the quote from Darkest Dungeon.
Yeah.
And where Wayne Jude, the old narrator, is just like, curious is the trap maker's art. Their work is rarely seen by their own eyes. Like,
yeah, they don't get to be trap makers very long if it is.
Yeah. Like you work so hard to make these perfect traps, and you never get to see it happen.
Right.
Other than like the aftermath. And for these IEDs though, there's some people. I tell you what, there's some people that they indicated it, but they were not great like they were good indicators, but for everybody. Right? Not just for them. Like they put rocks in the road that was almost like the width of the road that just made a giant arrow that pointed right where the IED was.
Right.
And then, like, we found it. It was like, that's probably where there's an IED, because that's a big indicator.
Yeah, like the big brain move is always to have a double false, right?
Yeah.
Or to have series of double falses. I know that was something the Viet Cong employed quite a bit. It's like munitions were actually difficult to come by, right? They were a big fan of like hand grenades and inside of like soup cans.
Yep.
And they'd push it down in there and pull the pin, and just basically we're running a wire from that to somewhere else. And so there was still a delay, right? But
Mhm.
all the tripwire did, it was like the tripwire went off and nothing happened for a few seconds, and then a grenade went off. Because like, oh, I hit a tripwire undeniably, and then nothing happens, and so everybody's guard gets kind of restored.
Yeah.
It goes back down, and then look at that. And so they also were a big fan of using like false positives. It's like this is definitely this thing, but the amount of equipment or energy it takes to like dig a hole that looks like it might be this
Mhm.
versus actually making something, much less. And so it's just stop and check it out, which is, I think that's pretty close to where the various fighters in those theaters got to eventually, which was like just if you're fighting one of the most powerful, or maybe the most powerful military in the world, then
Yep.
you just make them waste money.
Yep.
Like that's it. Just make them waste money.
Yep. We're here to bring democracy. They just go,
There's
yep,
a-
you go ahead. You keep telling yourself that.
There's a great thing from there's a philosopher I like a lot, Alan Watts. I know that he's fairly well known, but not necessarily to everybody. And he said that we white Anglo-Saxon Western Europeans have been on this rampage for about like 500 years or so. It's
Mhm.
like, and we've given the benefits of our military, our technology, and to the entire world, whether they want it or not. It's like, you better be democratic or I'll shoot you.
Yep.
And it's like yeah, I feel like we're defeating the point of the thing. All right, so the yellow I use isn't very good go-to, but as far as the stencil is concerned, some pre-damaged. Yep.
I feel like it's like playing a demo. It's like playing a game, right? And they say, hey, this is the game that we play. It's like it works out pretty good for us. Do you want to play this game? They go, no, we have our game that we play over here. It's like, no, we're gonna beat the shit out of you so that you would play our game because
It's not fun if you're not playing our game.
Yeah,
We made this game up, and it
Yeah.
benefits us. You play it, goddammit.
we want to be friends with you, but you have to play our game. And
Right.
if not, then we're gonna just show you that our game is better by destroying your game.
Yeah, that I have never like. So, being, I'll say at best, I'll say an amateur student of philosophy. I mean, I've
Uh-huh.
studied for a long time. I took some classes and stuff, but
Right.
honestly, the classes are pretty fucking garbage. So we'll say as an amateur student of philosophy, the marketplace of ideas that exists in philosophy in most places,
Mm-hmm.
I think people would do well to just I've got a great idea. Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
Right? Because if it's not a good idea, it dies and no one cares.
Yep.
And if it is a good idea, then you don't have to justify it with violence usually.
Yeah.
Unless I guess the idea itself is violence, and then I guess it's kind of inherent. But you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So random off-topic thing.
Have a good night, Gosu. I'll see you here soon, bud. Feel better. Yeah, go for it.
Random off-topic thing. So I'm not gonna lie. So while my Karen wreaths are drying,
Mhm.
I have some skeleton warriors that I can paint, and I think this is like one of the very few instances where I've actually used skeleton horde to paint a skeleton. So
The paint?
the contrast paint, yep, and we're just gonna send it.
Let's see how it ends up.
Yep. I'll have to highlight it up later, but hopefully this turns out okay. If not, then I'm gonna have to like dilute it a little bit. Some like contrast medium or something. It does seem a little thick, but we shall see.
See, I haven't used that particular contrast one. I've got one here that shit. I've got one here that I called Pallid Bone. That's from Army Painter.
Oh yeah, I have that one too.
That one I love. Now I don't know if you're doing highlights or not on these because you know that scale, but
It
I like
depends.
using Xandri dust as a base, and
Mhm.
then zenithal with like some off white.
I just usually I'll like if it's a bigger skeleton, I'm gonna Xandri dust it and then just dry brush an off-white color, and then be like,
Yep, yeah, it's same thing. Just I'm
and be
doing it
like
with the airbrush from the top,
bones.
and then I use that in between, and so you get like 2 or 3 layers of it. Because I've actually used some of this stuff on as essentially a base layer
Mhm.
for my Banshee bone armor, right?
Yeah.
And it is dark.
Yeah.
Like by itself, it's dark, but
Yeah, I think that's a little darker than what I wanted it to be. Just a tad bit. Joe, yeah, mentioned plastic explosives and Alexa perks up. They are listening. No, it was a reminder to feed the dog. The sweet boy. Are there any Skelly boys I can... Let's paint up another Skelly boy. How do I want to do this? I actually want to... I'm going to thin this down a little bit. Just cuz. So we're going to get a couple drops of Skeleton Horde. We're probably going to do like 3 drops. We got a 1, 2, 3. And then I'll probably add like a drop. We'll do a 3-to-1 mix. A drop of not milk.
because it's not milk, don't drink it.
Well, at first it's cheap Lamy and medium. And then I was like, no, it's just not milk. So I had to relabel it so it's not milk.
I genuinely have no fucking idea what colors I'm doing these guys in. I just started putting yellows and stuff on shoulder pads.
Sounds good. That's how that works. You just send it.
Is it orky? Yes. All right, mission accomplished.
Yep.
Go home, boys.
Yep. Don't tell me how to live my life. Oh, that's much better. That's much better.
So I should probably make my life easy on these, and I've been kind of staying away from metallics almost entirely. I used some the other day for basically for the fucking shoulder pads, doing the metallic. And that's the first time I've used it in quite some time. I've been kind of going with the NMM thing, and these guys are almost entirely metal, I realized. So I might just break out some metallic paints, just make my life a hell of a lot easier.
That's why I don't give up on metallics. I just learn to work with them.
Yeah, these guys are printed. Nobody's going to see them but me. It's probably fine. Well, me and whoever's on your chat, whoever's on my chat, and if I ever get around to posting shit on Instagram again, then those people.
Yeah.
But other than that, no one.
That helps. Yeah, I full sent after when the Vampire Army was done. Like I shared it everywhere, right? But like party was just like thinking, this is like one of those kids like, look what I did. Everybody tell me how great I am. It's like,
I feel like that every time I post on Instagram.
Yeah.
And it's like every time, even when I really like the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, then I don't know if you get this or not, and then I have it metered with, who am I to ask for attention on shit like this? Even when I'm proud of it, it's like no, I could either have imposter syndrome, or I could be super self-aware, but I can't fucking have both. You can't have both at the same time. It's bad for you.
Yep. Like if I have cool art, I might as well show it off and If people want to say, "Hey, that's cool," they'll say, "Hey, that's cool." And
Right.
if they don't care, then they won't say shit. What everyone's scared of though is like people say, "God, it looks like fucking shit." Like,
Y- You know, I've had some that now in retrospect, I mean, I've got some on Instagram that I think I'm going to be deleting a whole bunch of the early ones because somebody else was taking photos for me and they just love that contrast button. And then I've got some stuff that's just, it's just my skill has progressed since then. And
I think it's good to just keep that there. It shows progression.
yeah, that stuff I don't have as much of a problem with at all. It's the stuff that looks like I wasn't good enough for this to stand on its own. So contrast filters is like I don't want that on
Oh
there.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, like, so a
So,
thing that I do is I got like some black velvet, right?
hmm
Took some black velvet. I just use like my phone and Adobe Lightroom, and I increase the ISO and a couple other little things, just to kind of like get the exposure right.
hmm
And then I just take the picture and I crop it, and that's it. That's how I post it. I don't do no filters, no nothing. I used to do filters just to help with the lighting because like my lighting was god awful, just to kind of bring up the brightness and not have it be washed out. But I never did
right.
anything like to to really alter the paint job. That was the one thing I was like, I don't. It's like
See,
people
that's
who.
the thing. When I do that, I'm actually going the other way. I'm like, this is not how it looks in front of me. And there are some color cards. I bought some here not too long ago.
Hmm.
Um, and so you're like, hey, set this as white, right?
Yeah.
This is actually what white is on this
Yeah.
card for this lighting.
Right.
And so certain things will just adjust the colors. Now, I had a couple where I went back and looked at them and I'm like, wow, that looks doctored. And that either gets fixed or updated or it's
Hmm.
like, yeah, so I ran it through this to adjust the white and it looks like I hit the sharpen filter about 6 million times. Of course, the more glossy something is, the more that tends to be the case
Yeah.
where it picks that light up weird. But no, filters are bullshit. Like, there's no need for that. Adjust the light levels or adjust the hue levels to match what you're trying to do, and color cards help a lot with that. I only learned about those very, very recently.
I'm trying to find a color to highlight up this green, and I think moot green
Blue
or
green's
Army
pretty good.
Painter's jungle green. I'm gonna try and use. I want to try and use more Army Painter paints. It's just the medium that is in, and I haven't really messed with these in a while. I kind of need to like put in some mixing balls and just full
It doesn't
send.
matter, man. I've got mixing balls in mine. It doesn't matter. I think the painting dad was the one that was saying it. I think so.
What was that?
Is that stuff is supposed to stay on top, and you're supposed to take it off, like that medium that sits on top. It's meant as like a protectant or something. And what it ends up happening is it just gets shaken in with the stuff anyway, and that didn't work. But the idea was that there was this layer that would sit on top of it that wasn't supposed to mix. And so every time it settles again, it sits there at the top. Now, I don't
Interesting.
know that that's accurate, but that seems to reflect my experience with it, which has been always a bit of like not milk right on top.
That yeah. And then you just kind of scream and cry a little bit and be like, "Why did I buy these paints?"
Yeah, I got some of mine for damn near free, and still yes.
Oh, actually, that
Don't get
didn't
me
turn
wrong.
out too
Like when they
bad.
work properly, they work great,
Yeah.
and when they don't, it's just a nightmare.
Hold on, we're about to find out. It came out on the palette looking pretty okay. So we're about to find out. Um, okay, doesn't look too bad in terms of consistency. Let's take a little bit of not milk and mix that all in.
If I perfect this any further and decide to like sell it wholesale, I'm taking that.
Yeah,
Not milk.
just yeah. That I give you full permission to take not milk because it's your recipe, and I'm just good at naming things.
You're not wrong. Your dog's got a fantastic name.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm good at naming shit. In terms of coming up with things, not so much. Um. Okay, maybe this is. Did I put too much not milk? See, here's the thing, though, is that not everybody wants to say not milk, right? They'll just want to
'cause Judy
abbreviate it.
hates it.
They're gonna abbreviate it to milk, right? Because if you market, you say this
And,
is
and then we're back where we started.
yeah, and it's like, oh, this is. It's like, did I put too much milk in it? And then they're like, but that's not milk.
Look, I'm okay.
But the
to
thing
add
is
to
that the
just chaos and
consistency.
confusion of the world.
But
Like everybody's got a limit.
But everyone says that, hey, you need to have the consistency of milk,
Right. Of skim milk specifically.
of skim milk.
None of that fatty milk.
Yeah, that's nah. It
Which, I guess I'm not really knocking because it's like most of the nutrition I actually get is just from fat these days.
Jesus. That's all right.
Hey, it works great, man. I
yeah.
can think clearer than I've been able to in years.
The wife and I we made beef stroganoff last night, and that shit was just fat and cream and cheese, and I was like, and we just ate it. I was like, this is good. This just makes me happy.
Hey, man, this is how I eat every meal.
I don't know what's going on with this paint, but now it's just too translucent. I'm not glazing 7 layers of this paint.
Shake it up and like put some off to one side, and then it might have just been more mixed than you thought it was, or pseudo mixed. Put a little more out on the thing, on your palette off to the side of your original one, and see if that doesn't increase the thing or the consistency of it quite a bit, or the density of the pigment in it quite a bit.
Let's find out. It just looks like on the brush it just looks gummy. You know what I mean?
Let's see. Hold your brush up to the camera here so you see what I'm looking at.
I don't know if you can actually see that.
Just like overly thick but no pigment.
Like there's pigment there. It just seems like
Right.
it's not gonna brush out consistently. Like it's pretty fucking thin.
Huh.
And like I
What
said,
color is that?
this is Jungle Green from Army Painter.
I think I actually have that color. Hold on.
I bought like the mega set, so I have like I did it a long time ago. Back
So
when I was like, I'm gonna
I know.
save money.
A painter who likes Vallejo, it's a shock.
I like Vallejo.
I started with some Vallejo stuff because honestly, it's cheaper than Games Workshop, and for the most part, I find that it just completely outperforms them.
Yep.
But I am really looking forward to. Let's see, I've got Goblin Green, Creed Skin, and Angel Green. I don't have that one, I guess.
It's okay. I'll be okay.
Or actually, I may well and just not know where it is.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna try some Moot Green. We're just gonna throw this on a palette and see what we
Moot Green's
get.
kind of Moot Green's a bit desaturated, right?
Just a tad. Let's try this out.
Let's see here.
Oh, jeez. This already looks like a million times better. Just the pigment density just looks a million times better. All right, now let's try this. Why do I even bother? Why do we even bother with Army Painter?
So, I told you some time ago, is like I use off-brand paints. Use paints from anywhere, but a lot of times I just end up mixing my own, right?
Yeah.
I've got the mediums and stuff set up, and I just mix my own.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I wanted this kind of blue-gray color, and I knew that I had that blue-gray color and couldn't immediately find it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just mixed it like on the spot because I knew what I wanted it to be, because I was basically doing a base layer for NMM on these guys.
Yep.
And you brought the thing up with the army painter and stuff, and I was like, and this right here, this is why I do this. This is why I just mix my own shit up and just call it good, because it's like if you're going for that one color, whatever it is, and you have, I don't know how many times I've opened up a Games Workshop paint pot and like, oh, okay, it's a ball. It's a ball of pigment.
Yeah.
Because it didn't seal right, or because
they're
one of the white colors.
Yeah, they're white colors. They're God bless. Actually, speaking of that, I have Vallejo here. I have lime green. I might try to make it a little bit brighter, mixing a little bit of white. I'm gonna try that. I just want to prove a point now. Now that I'm here, we've gone this far down the rabbit hole. Let's keep this up. Actually, no, yeah, we're gonna throw in a little bit of white. Get a little bit of white up here on the palette. Some dead white from their game color range. And get some of that.
So I'm stuck between, and I've done them both ways depending, right?
Uh-huh.
But on orcs, I am somewhere between, and I don't want to do both, and I'm just now starting to paint my orc army. Somewhere between the cartoony orcs, you know, the like bright green skin, the other, and then the grim dark orcs, which kind of look like, look a little more like my traditional painting style.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that I've done so much chaos shit lately and used so many super vibrant like neon colors and stuff.
Yep.
That the other would probably also look fine on the shelf with the other stuff. And so
I mean, I go with the. I will then answer your question with a question, which I know that's always fun. But
it's always helpful.
But what style is going to make the monkey in your brain go, yay?
I think the last one I did, I don't even know if I posted that on Instagram.
Zombie Bunny Creation says do it like Borderlands. Borderlands style.
Like cell shaded?
I believe so. If that is the proper terminology. That kind of like
pseudo cartoon over 3D objects.
Yeah, with the thick outlines and with the thick border lines and stuff like that.
Oh. No, I think I'm going to have a hard pass on that one.
Yeah.
I did a cell shading experiment at one point, but I think that maybe I could have probably done better. I kept working at that. I just kind of abandoned it because it was like, so with cell shading, you have hard transitions between colors. I mean, there's almost no gradients that happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that gives it that, shading a particular cell, right?
Yep.
And so, like, when you do muscles on something, and you do it the cell shaded style,
yep.
I don't know how to do that and not make it look like when I'm teaching somebody to paint, right? It's like, all right, now don't make it look like they're all individual things. You need to blend them together, some that actually look like cell is muscles. They look like them.
Yeah.
And with the cell shaded thing, it's like, this looks like what I tell people not to do. At least when I do it. I'm sure that some people are really great at it. I've seen a couple of great examples over time, but does that make sense?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Zombie Bunny, be nice.
I've got the chat open. I can see that. Hold on one second.
Yeah. I like hanging out with this guy. It helps me with actually, being chatty with, chat stuff.
Army strong, you can do it. Man, I haven't been in the army for maybe as long as you've been alive. I'm not sure. It's I have no I have zero compunction about any of that crap anymore. Like 17-year-old me was an idiot, and I know that now.
Jeez, yeah. I know. I feel like the older part of ourselves always looks back at our past selves and go, "God, we were just fucking retarded."
Yeah, but I'm working hard to let that shit go now, right?
Yeah.
Because if I knew a better way to do it, like there are exceptions where you're like, I know this is a bad idea, and you just do it anyway. It's like,
Yep.
well, fuck, you knew it was better. You knew it was a bad idea then.
Yep.
But nowadays, I'm just trying to kind of let that shit go because, like, who's that for? I already learned the lesson. I know that was dumb, and just that feeling of sitting there and just beating yourself up for being an idiot when you were a kid and didn't know any better. It's like, yeah, just let it go.
It's not so much beating yourself up. It's just sitting there and acknowledging the fact that, it's like, I was an idiot, and now I know better. And that's it. And then it's like...
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. So I guess what I do is sit there and beat myself up for being an idiot. It's like, I can't believe that I did that. And it's like, then when you actually think about it, it's like, well, yeah, you were an idiot when you were 17. You're an idiot now, and it'll take you 5 years to realize it. It's just all the same thing.
Yep.
It's like maybe infantry wasn't the best idea.
Yeah, he'll be okay.
All right, so.
All right, I think I figured it out. A little bit of moot green mixed with some white is actually the color that I want. That jungle green, that one.
Hold her up to the camera there, a little more, so I can see where you ended up.
Oh, for what? For
the moot green and white combo.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, okay. Do you have some yellow highlights on there?
Yeah, it's a yellow green.
Okay, cool.
So.
Yep.
I wanted to give it some more yellowishness.
Got to.
Because there isn't really a great like green highlight color for Hexwraith Flame because it's technically a contrast paint now. Which, because it has like that. It has like that interesting like ethereal green kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But after, maybe this was just me because I shaded it after I applied the green because I wanted to be, dark it down and then highlight it up. Because I like using marine juice. Did I use marine juice? Yeah, I did. But yeah, there's no like, I don't know. It's hard to say like a whitish green because that's not really a thing.
Right.
It's usually just more yellow.
So here is a thing that I do with these contrast paints. I mean, we were talking last time about like the contrast paints as marketed both by Army Painter or by GW or whatever. It's like that is not what they're like. That's not what how they get used.
Yeah.
Or at least that's not how we're using them. Definitely not how I'm using them. And so one of the great things about the contrast paints is just their consistency, transparency, and like pigment load, right? They've got a great pigment load. So now you can do it dry brush style, or you can do it the other way. Dang. Jesus, woman, what are you doing?
What?
Kitsune, I wasn't paying attention to my chat, and she gifted like 10 subs to people on my chat.
Oh.
Sitting here next to me, give me the grins.
Well, there you go. Wait, Kitsune's giving subs to people, or are you giving subs to people?
Yeah, gifting them. Well, thank you. I appreciate you super much. So to Antifreeze, Doom Guy's little brother, the Grayest of Suns, aka Former, Beach Tiger, AM, subpar player who went to bed, Nervous Knoll, Still Azzy, and the End Gamers.
There you go. Hey, for Kitsune, if you gift the subs, it comes out of your pocket.
She's the one who taught me about this. She knows. She's just being nice. Also, I'm really terrible at accepting gifts of any sort, so.
Oh. I know. Sometimes I think that's not how money works, but okay. But this is not streaming is not your primary source of income, so.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Also, Kitsune and I aren't married.
Oh, what?
She's my girlfriend for sure, but we're not married.
Oh.
We have our own wallets.
Well, shit. Never mind then. I mean.
I just stop correcting people.
Oh.
Because they assume.
I mean. Yeah, it sounds like y'all live together and you know.
Yeah, pretty much.
Live life.
Yeah,
and,
I technically have another place, but it's I spend most of my time here around her.
And you're like woman, and you know that usually those are things married men say. Hey.
Nah, I'm just old and tired, man.
Yeah, that works too.
Also, apparently, the woman
assumptions.
thing is not necessarily like neutral on the respect range for everyone, and I didn't know that until here pretty recently.
Yeah.
like no, don't talk shit to my woman, Jesus. But apparently, people see it that way sometimes. Like,
well,
that's rude. Like, well,
it's 20.
Not a man, so.
I am addressing by pronoun ? I don't know.
Well, you know, that's one of the things about, you know, she is my girlfriend, right?
Yeah.
And I don't have to assume her gender.
Yeah.
It's like at this point, it's pretty clear.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a weird world, but hey, you know what? As long as you two are happy, it's all that matters.
Oh yeah. I got to tell you, I have been pretty. I've learned the hardest knocks.
Well,
as far as relationships and things go, and like having to learn the hard lessons over and over again. This one has been fucking easy.
Oh, good.
Like, it's just easy. It's like, man, I think when you're younger, you like take some things to heart that maybe you shouldn't, and maybe you try and take
Oh my goodness, what do we got? Gear. Oh,
every hill possible. And sometimes it's okay to just lose them because you don't have to win every battle. And it took me way longer to win that one, to learn that one.
Yeah, hold on a second, Zombie Bunny. I'll link Nerd's Twitch here just in a second. Actually, Dantioni, if my moderator could be ever so kind as to do just a quick like shout out thing for NerdGunPainting, so y'all can see what he's doing. He's just airbrushing some kilocans and what do you call them? Def dreads?
Yeah, kilocans, def dreads. I actually decided to just grab a guy to make as a test work to see exactly how I'm going to do it, because I'm looking at these like kilocans and stuff, and I was like, yeah, I don't actually know what scheme I'm going for, so I'm using this kind of muted yellow and such that I would normally put in more of the grimdark stuff. But yeah, I've got like 6 models in front of me that I'm kind of bouncing back and forth on, like I do.
There we go. So there you go, Zombie. If anyone wants to see, go follow NerdGun. There's his Twitch link right there in chat.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go give the man a follow. Following is free. That's the nice part.
It's a fact.
Following is free. And if you're like, oh no, I'll get more notifications when people go live. If you weren't gonna go see, either mine or NerdGun's when we go live, then you probably weren't planning to go watch anybody else's. You just put your phone on silent. If that's the mood you're in, just put your phone on silent and
If that's how you feel, just shut the hell up.
like if you weren't gonna watch ours, you weren't gonna watch anybody's. So might as well. I don't know. Is that a bad pitch?
Yeah, it's a shit pitch, man, but I'm on board.
I don't know.
You like us or you shut the hell up.
No, I'm not telling her to shut the hell up. I'm just saying, like,
No, I was saying that. Like, it's a bad pitch. My sense of humor can be a little bit on the flat side sometimes, and so I kind of wonder how that comes off on Twitch.
if
Like,
you don't like it, shut the fuck up. I don't know if we want to hear it. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Sometimes I feel like I
thing
do
just- I just got a
unnecessary
thing in-
highlights. Oh, you got a thing in chat.
Zombie Bunny, thanks for the follow, man.
There you go.
You don't
see?
have to shut the hell up. You're all right. Clearly, you're the right type of people.
I'm just saying. If you get annoyed, because I feel like that's why people. I feel like that's why people on Twitch don't follow, right? Now, obviously, there's
The
a million.
notifications.
There's a million and a half different reasons why people don't follow on Twitch. Either because like, you know, they don't like the content, and if you don't like the content, then you know that's
yeah,
fine.
fair enough.
You know, fair play to you. I'm pretty sure there's another content creator on this platform that is entertaining for you, and don't let me stop you. But the other thing is, I feel like it's just notifications, because if they watch it on their phone, they'll get the whole boo-doo-doo whenever like someone goes live, and if they follow like 100-something plus people because they want to support them, then it's like every waking moment they'll get a notification that this person's going live and this person's going live, or like they'll get 7 in in 5 minutes saying that all these people are going live. And they're like, I don't want to deal with that shit.
No, like hell, I get that. And what I have for Twitch, like when I show up on your stream, or Pain Dad's or anybody's.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is just a me thing, so it might not work for everybody, but I don't look at my phone all fucking day. Like I got shit to do, right?
Yeah.
So when I'm actually doing that kind of stuff, like I'm, well, as I say to you pretty often, I'm procrastinating before I start my stream, or, I'm doing the thing where I've got the time for the phone. I keep the notifications there so I can see them. I put my phone on, like in the settings, I set it on silent.
Yep.
Because I don't want my car horn of business to go off all the time. And it's like, oh, it's Twitch 47 times. I gotta get it. But it doesn't cost me anything to follow people that I like.
There's such a relieving point where like I go downstairs and I start watching TV or something like that, and I know my phone is up here in my office, and I'm like, if the world is catching on fire right now and like my chain of command is like trying to get a hold of me, I don't care right now. There's gonna be hell to pay later, but you know what? As in this particular moment, I don't give a shit.
Oh Jesus! Thanks, Zombie Bunny. Some of my Instagram, some of the older stuff is pretty rough, but I appreciate that. I was trying to use it as a portfolio for a while, and I've actually got a website that's going to be launched here very, very soon. It's almost done. I need to put a generalized pricing structure on there. But
is today's brought to us by Squarespace?
Oh no! Today is brought to us by I had a ton of content and no will to put it together, and Kitsune actually, basically in an afternoon, built this whole thing for me with the inbuilt web browser tools, and it looks fucking great. Like this is brought to you by Kitsune's unbelievable efforts to convince me that social media isn't bad.
You need a social media manager.
She's it.
Yep. Sometimes I feel like I need to, like, if I like start breaking, like 1,000 followers or something like that, I will probably.
I kind of wonder about that, because it's like maybe the reason I'm not breaking 1,000 followers because I don't have a social media manager, or I'm not paying somebody to do this full time.
No.
Or that was my thought before. Like, hell, man, I've got a Twitter. I never use it. We have it set up to. One of the bots is set up when I post something. It posts something on Twitter, but like I I've never been on Twitter for more than 5 minutes in my life. I'm okay with this.
Yeah. It's
But it's one of those things you got to have. Sorry, I'm done.
Oh, Timebody says at least Nerd's nice enough to split the window with you. Hey, last stream, I was splitting the window. I was splitting my window with Nerd. It's just how
It's
this whole
true.
like guest thing kind of works.
The guest thing, like we can both stream, but it's like only one of us can kind of do the split screen unless we're sending. We were talking about that at the beginning of the stream, actually. Like there's probably a way for me to do like a Discord video chat through another camera or something like that where we can have that going on. But right now, what I'm worried about is like picture in picture in picture in picture.
Yep.
Like the infinite regress
Hold
of
on.
tiny models.
Hold on, give me a
Like
second.
15 mil is already small.
Because Zombie Bunny wants to give me shit about this, and I think
All
I
right.
can implement a solution. Like it's fairly quick.
All right.
Give me a
I'm all
few.
down.
You just entertain chat. I don't know.
Oh God. Oh, now. I was fine, but now that's a lot to ask. I have a fear.
Just keep talking.
I am talking.
No, you're not. You were quiet.
I wasn't talking at all. No.
That was a
I didn't think
damn
you could
lie.
hear me.
Do it.
I had one job. So this is my test work, and he is not going to be yellow. He is going to be, or green. But I thought I would, instead of doing the normal white zenithal highlights, I was doing some yellow highlights, and I'm doing some blue undertones underneath of him. And something I tend to do is batch paint stuff so that colors are consistent throughout. And so as I have yellow, I was painting some shoulder pads and some gun casings and stuff. And then this blue, for instance, I love that turquoise blue, is going to be a good base for this Howling Banshee sword. But that's almost all that she's going to get on her. And so I just kind of paint this stuff as I go with the color as I've got. And so I'm kind of dicking back and forth between whether or not I'm going to make these things NMM or not, non-metallic metal or not. So I'm kind of painting it like I'm going to, and if I decide that, screw it, it's too much work, I can always go back with metallics. They have traditionally very good coverage. So I kind of want the cold steel blue look on this NMM, and then because it is orky, that's a hell of an overspray. Because it's orky, I will absolutely be going back and rusting and damaging a bunch of stuff and doing the normal. We found it in a junk pile, and now it's a war suit kind of thing. And because so much of this stuff is just bolted together metal, a lot of it's going to just have, paint on certain areas or shoulders or on the big grab and claw, we'll call it. Yeah, that's a grab and claw. So that thing actually kind of looks like the claws from the first Alien movie, the mech suit, the dock loader. Because in space, you can't have a forklift. All right. So the second version of this is, you can see probably on the org, kind of where I'm going with the using the blue undertones are pretty dramatic in a handful of places, but where the blue and the yellow are starting to meet up, then we're going to get a real dark green. And then I will probably use an opaque over top, and that opaque will be kind of a really deep red, and I find that works really well for orc flesh if you're doing the more realistic style. So now that blue's on there and kind of heavy-handed, I'm coming back with all I've done is add some black to my gray or to my blue mix, and then that kind of tones down how bright all that is. And then I'll use some of this knot milk to really make this less less opaque. And then I'll come down from the top and then dull it down here while still leaving my light where I left it. So start to look good and grungy and have all the base colors of metal without being super bright, super obvious. And then I'll go back and then start doing highlights and stuff like that, and then I'll start adding to the metal look. But I just wanted the general look to be kind of metallic until I go from there. And so the kind of blue grays and blacks work really well for that for me. The other one is if you're going to use an actual paint and you like, say, Vallejo, deep sea blue. Holy shit, one of my favorites. Kind of a green blue that seems to work really well for some of the non-black, non-white, non-gray colors that you would see in some of the non-metallic metal paintings.
NerdGun.
Yeah.
So I sent you a guest invite for my stream on Twitch. So maybe we could guest star in each other's. I don't know if that how that works.
Hey man, I will.
So that I can show stuff so Zombie Bunny can chill.
All right.
Where's my beer
let me
at?
open Twitch and I'll just see if I can accept that invite. If it shuts it off, then we know we can't do it two at once.
Yeah.
But if it treats us both as individual people both times, that's still under the 5-person max, right? So
yeah, checks out.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds great in theory.
Let's see. We're gonna find out. Anyway. No,
Jeez.
Zombie, we're gonna figure this out. Don't.
It's too late for that.
It's too late for that. We're down the path. We're gonna fix this. Just for you. Actually, this is also something that we need to just figure out in general. So you have
you're being blamed.
Yeah, you're galvanizing us into action. So, thanks? Question mark? I don't know.
My water cooling unit for the CPU did in fact come in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't put it together yet. And there's a little all-in-one that I've been pressing into service to run this. I am
Yes, please finish your thought.
All right, it says I'm joining backstage, and I'm going to look to see what actually happens to the other one as that goes. So,
bam. There we go. Okay, you're setting up in the backstage.
Uh-huh. What is?
Hold on. Hold on. It said there was an issue, so I reset the thingy. We're gonna figure this out live, folks.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Yeah, fuck it, we'll do it live. Oh god, I love that.
Typically, my layer lines and stuff is not something I see in my 3D prints, especially the resin prints.
Mm-hmm.
For sure, the resin prints.
Yeah. Especially
and these have layer lines all over them, and it's in the weirdest, flattest places. And,
yeah, because it's like the angle's all kind of off. Unless you have to put on anti-aliasing and.
Yeah, I think maybe that's what I'll do is I'll put anti-aliasing back on. I bet that's what has happened. I forgot that I'd taken that off to experiment. And I'm like, suddenly it's getting lines, and I've done all kinds of weird experimentation and stuff to get that to go away. And these are printed with the same resin that these are, and then I don't know how well it can be seen, but like the quality in the other ones, even using the same resin, like the quality difference is enormous. And this is on a Saturn S. and seeing the lines, and I think you just solved that problem for me. I should have known that. But I think that's exactly what it was. I think I took the anti-aliasing off. I'm getting the lines in there because I've got these big flat angles. Everything else is fine. It's not overexposed or. Yep. Man.
And the connection.
Damn it, I'm an idiot sometimes.
It said it had to reset the connection for my request to you. I don't know if that was, unless you got a different error saying like, hey, you can't be doing guest stuff and then also be a guest at the same time, which
all right, I hit again to join backstage. It might not let us. That might just be we need to change some things, and the things that need to change is quit doing what you're doing.
There we go. All right, good.
But we'll see shortly.
Yeah, we will find out. No.
All right, I think we could.
Nope, we're good.
All right, I'm gonna have to mute one of these windows because I'm hearing like 4 versions of your voice.
Yeah.
All right. And
wait, what the hell? We're gonna get there. On another note, they make Caesar salad candy canes. What? What? Heresy. Someone purge that.
yeah, I cannot figure this out. She's coming to help me unfuck this. I'm hearing like 6 versions of his voice in my head because he's like, hey, I think that I can invite you as a guest star as well. And so we've both done that, and it seems to be working. But now it's like he's speaking through a tunnel, and it's definitely a corrugated one because I'm hearing lots of license. So I just needed to know what exactly I could mute, what I couldn't. Layson, you still with me?
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
So on your guest thing, either on the guest thing, if you mouse over like my screen, you'll be able to see like there's a camera and then there's a microphone. You just deactivate the microphone thing so you don't get multiple audios.
All right.
There we go. Yeah, Zombie Wish is right. A little weird. That's a lot of weird. Out of all the flavors to make candy canes, they went with Caesar salad. Like, I like me a Caesar salad. Don't get me like. You don't understand. Like, I was in the hospital and I couldn't eat anything. Like, and I had trouble eating stuff for about 10 days. Right? I was not eating anything because I could not hold any food down. And then one day, I was feeling a little bit better, and they're like, "Well, what do you want for dinner?" And I was like, "Caesar salad." And they're like, "Okay." And it was the first thing I held down in 10 days. So I love me some Caesar salad. It just, brings me back to life apparently. But not a candy cane. I'm not going to go eat a candy cane that tastes like Caesar salad. That's not how you enjoy that flavor. Hold on, I lost audio contact with NerdGun. Can you hear us? Are you with us?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, can hear you now.
I've gotten it down to 1 lesson.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good
Do
job.
you have it down to
Kissuna.
1 nerd gun?
I have one. I have one nerd gun.
Okay, cool. Here you go.
Now I feel weird. All right. Oh, thank you.
we might be having some connection issues with NerdGun, at least for my
Oh,
guest
can you hear
side.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's your video that it's like saying we're having issues connecting. So
Yeah, on both of them, I can see it on. Of course, I've got the OBS here, so I don't know how many different versions of this it can really run well.
well, we're gonna
Anyway,
test it
so as soon
today.
as I can press this thing, when I can press this thing out of service, really, what I'd like the job of this computer to do when it's done is to, well, he's a Marine, and I thought the infantry was a good idea, so just breaking shit is normal, man. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Look, end of life? What are you talking about? Just because gear hits end of life doesn't mean you need to dermo it. It just means
no. When it hits end of life, we give it to the Marines.
yeah, and then we have to ride it for another 5 years, and then it might break, but then we'll keep ordering parts, and they say, oh hey, we don't have any more parts for that because that thing's out of service, and then we go, oh, I guess we'll hold on to it for another 2 or 3 years because we might fix it.
Yeah, well, of course, the Marines also got this lovely kind of tendency to just adopt broken shit to begin with.
Yep.
Like,
And then we say we'll make it better.
This would be before your time, my dad's time, and potentially my grandfather's time. But in World War II,
Mm-hmm.
you all got issued the... Oh, hell, I know the name of it.
Springfield 1903.
Oh, yeah, you all definitely had the 1903s when the Army got the Garand. But
Yep. And then we raided them and took them.
If the Pacific is to be believed, I think that definitely happened probably several times.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But the other one was the submachine gun was the Rising. Is the Rising submachine gun.
Yeah,
and it was so universally hated.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing. I've shot Risings.
Uh-huh.
And they shoot great. I think that they just aren't marine proof and they were not weatherproof. And potentially, the problem is, Rising submachine gun magazines are 10 or 15 rounds too. They're tiny.
Yeah.
And it's
but
I understand why you, on an M1 carbine, why you'd have a 15 round magazine. It's handier and it's semi-automatic.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a submachine gun, man. You know the whole thing is you press the button and it goes more than one.
Yeah.
You need more than 15 in there.
Yeah. Well, I think the other thing was you said it's not good for weather.
I don't think it was well suited for jungle combat. No.
No, and I think that was the number one issue with it is that it wasn't suited for jungle combat. So everyone just fucking hated it.
Yeah, the Marines. Officially, this never happened, but from what I have heard, the Marines got the Risings, hated them so much they dumped them somewhere on some Japanese island, and they still sit there. They were just, fuck these things. We're going back to our. We'd rather have bolt actions that work properly or whatever.
Yeah, probably Guadalcanal.
But I've heard shit like that about the M16 and all kinds of things, and I don't buy about half of it. But I believe that the Marines would have thrown the Risings in there for sure.
Yeah, no. If we don't like it, we'll make it go away. I had a buddy of mine. He was really good at making things go away. And then one day someone asked all the stuff that he made go away. He's like, "Hey, can you bring that back?" And it's like, "Oh, you want that back? Oh,
This going away thing, it was a one-way trip.
yeah, that was. I thought that was a one-way trip thing." And they're like, "No, we need that back." It's like, "Okay, can you give me 3 days?" What do you
Where
mean?
do I
You
even
need...
rent scuba equipment at this time of day?
Yeah, it's like, what do you mean you need 3 days? He's like, "I need 3 days to get it back." They're like, "What?" Don't ask questions. It wasn't there for the inspection, like you said. I didn't think you'd want it back. You went and buried it out in a training area, which I thought was hilarious.
That's pretty fantastic.
Yeah. So he had to.
Yeah, zombie buddy, that is old as fuck. Yeah, look, water-cooled Vickers, right on an orc.
That's as it should be.
So, look, I can't help it. I kind of stopped doing the gun stuff for a full-time job quite some time ago now. Like a couple years ago, I kind of gave that up and started doing the painting full-time because it seemed like that's where the money was, or that's where the not having to deal with gun store guys was. And but that being said, for a decade and a half, that's where I spent a lot of my time. So I got a bunch of leftover bullshit in my head about that.
Wait,
knowledge, funny stories, that sort of thing.
Oh, you talking like gun store guy, as in like it's that guy, but they just the ones that reside in gun stores, or
No. Just no. We have that guy in gun stores, and sometimes
Oh.
I was that guy, but usually not so much because that guy's a son of a bitch.
Not the one who just like actually back in this era, this was the gun that we used for this thing. It's like, all right, dude, never served a day in service.
Dude, you want to hear something hilarious?
Yes, please. I like funny
things. The people that I find in gun stores that know the least about guns, cops and military. Kid you not. Like, you know your gun.
Yep.
Totally. You know the one that you got issued, or you know, I know all about a 240 Bravo.
Yep.
Totally, absolutely. Very intimate with that one gun.
Yep.
But the best part of it, and it tends to be younger guys. It seems to be almost exclusively younger guys, and these weird, like, I don't know, Elmer Fudd kind of 50-plus-year-old guys who had a bunch of gun knowledge they learned from a gun magazine back in like 1975, and like they paraded around. I don't know what to call them. They're Fudds for sure, but they're like a very special kind that were in the military also. Like, they're the worst fucking people to deal with in gun shops. It's like, especially if you're like actually a gun guy, like it's your shtick. But yeah, there's a story about the water-cooled Maxim.
Yep.
And that in a specific battle, so the water cooling was super effective. You basically kept water in it, it would keep running, right?
Yep.
Kind of like a diesel engine. Like, it just can run forever.
Yep, checks out.
Where it was fired continuously minus reloading for 3 days and nights.
Wow.
At a specific battle for the British. And because the erosion that happens inside of like barrels and stuff is largely due to heat, you know, the heat produced by friction or burning propellant. Well, since it had a water cooler, the thing never got above 200 degrees, the boiling point of water, it leached the heat off. And so they fired this thing continuously. And I don't remember how many thousands and thousands, maybe million rounds that they fired out of this thing, but it was fired continuously minus reloading for 3 days and nights and was still in working order at the end of it.
God bless.
That's some shit. They don't make guns like them no more.
Nope. They ain't no good old American quality anymore. Like,
you know, Hero Maxim, the guy who invented the machine gun.
Yep.
Really, he was the father of the machine gun.
Yep.
He also was the father of the silencer. He developed that as well.
Nice.
Because he was interested in electricity and electronics, and basically went to kind of like a World's Fair and some other stuff, and basically couldn't get any foothold whatsoever.
Yeah.
And somebody said, if you want to sell stuff to the British and the Europeans, give them a way to kill each other faster. And that's what started his fucking thing.
Give them a way to kill each other faster.
Yep, that was it. And sure enough, that's where he made his fortune, was giving people a way to kill each other faster. Because the guy at the World's Fair was right. Anyway, that's enough gun stuff for now. I will pick this back up when the ADHD comes back and tells me what to say.
Yep, checks out. Jeez, I'm just highlighting at this point. I honestly, like, some of these highlights that I'm putting on these raids, is like, they're unnecessary because you're never gonna see them. But it's just for me to say.
But you'll know.
Yeah, but I'll know. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna. I'm never submitting these for a competition. So,
dude, I'll tell you outright, the pictures of those, like, if I didn't know that they were 15 millimeters, because they wasn't labeled in the picture, right?
But no.
Like the ones you put on Discord.
Yeah.
If I didn't know that they were 15 millimeters, I would not have thought that they were. Seriously. Like, I think, yeah, by all means, post those with or without the
The penny.
the stuff that's just for you.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, definitely post that shit up because 28 mil is hard enough as it is. But 15 mil is fucking insane.
Well, I mean, it's funny when people ask me, it's like, hey, do you use a
Now,
magnet?
they are
Like,
scaled a little differently. So I did notice that, like, the eyes and some. I was like, how do you paint that eye? And I was like, oh, in relation to the rest of it, it'd be like somebody had 4 times the size eyes on 28 mil. If you wanted to paint it all, it's got to be done that way, right?
yeah.
No,
No,
it's still tiny.
I find it funny because people, I forgot who asked me. They said something along the lines of like, do you use a magnifying glass? And I went, nope, I just use my naked eye. And they're like, you're insane. And we'll go, yep, I am. Wait, I'm a madman. Yeah, I don't
use a magnifying glass now, and a lot of it has to do with. And it's like not a cop out. I use an airbrush too. Fuck you, I use an airbrush. I like it.
Yeah,
But
no, it's
because I get shit for that all kinds. Oh, you use an airbrush? Like, well,
no, shut the fuck
good.
up.
You pick up an airbrush. You do what I'm doing.
Cool.
If you can do it, then fuck, I'll subscribe to yours for sure.
Yeah, it's like
But-
I use a tool. Thank you. Like,
Yeah,
okay.
it's like you mean you didn't spend many hours glazing this by hand
Yeah.
to get the exact same look? No, I've got shit to do, man.
No. I got bills to
I
pay.
have done it. Don't get me wrong. I've done that kind of ridiculous level of glazing because I had to prove that I could to
Yeah.
myself at one
Mhm.
point. That was a mistake. I didn't have to prove shit. I just wasted like 20 hours.
Yeah. You're like, well, that was a waste of time.
But, you know, I don't remember where the fuck I was going with that. I had something to say and then it's gone. Sorry, dude.
I don't know. Yeah, I paint without
Oh, without a magnifying glass.
without a magnifying glass. That was how it originally started. I don't paint with a magnifying glass. I just use my naked eye. But I got good
No, I
eyeballs.
use a magnifying glass now because my eyes are tired from years of gunsmithing with tiny screws and springs and years of this stuff with tiny little models. My eyes are tired. Like, I have, in the beginning of the day,
Mm-hmm.
I can paint with the naked eye for about an hour or two, and then my eyes get tired to where I can't focus on anything. If I wear readers or this, that doesn't happen. So it's just part of it, because get another 5 or 6 years, and you may end up in the same boat. Because I had perfect vision until about 2 years ago, and then all of a sudden my eyes get tired at the stupidest shit.
If your eyes get tired,
I think I'm about ready for LASIK.
go take a nap. I like. I love it when people just like. I love it. It's like, I'm tired, or oh geez, I felt so sorry. I don't know what Painting Dad's in chat. But
He was rough way the last little bit.
yeah, that last little bit, he was like, I'm tired. I was like, go to bed. No.
That's your body's way of saying go to bed.
Yeah, if you're
That's what it
tired,
means.
go to bed. Unless, like, are you doing a personal challenge for yourself? Like, no? Okay, cool, go to bed. No one's gonna be like, no, you can't go to bed. Like,
No, entertain us.
like,
I demand it.
yeah. The only way, it's like, if you want to show,
I gifted you 1 sub 6 months ago.
Yeah.
I've heard this.
no, it's like, hey, if you want someone to stay awake and to entertain you for hours and hours and hours, and if they're tired, you better start throwing some money at them, because that's the only way they're gonna give a shit. Because if not, it's like, I'm tired, I'm going to bed. Oh, Lucy's got an opinion.
Yeah, we've got a delivery coming to the door here, and
Who's delivering at this hour? Jeez,
it's 7-Eleven.
What?
Yeah, I forgot to
not-
get. I didn't realize I was out of smokes before stream,
Oh
and
God.
or gonna be, and yep, here we are.
Smoking's an expensive habit.
Well, here a lot less than where you are.
This is very true. We just get an extra $2 added on because everyone voted for it? ?
Yeah, I don't believe that. I still don't believe that that's the case. Like, that people were voting for those taxes. You know, in Kentucky, where I was from, they literally called it a sin tax. And the guy who said that got reelected. I was like, I don't need to live here anymore.
Look,
There were plenty of reasons, but this is a really great one.
I was born and raised in California, and look, I don't want to be here any longer than I have to.
Yeah.
I'm here because of contractual obligations.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, sweetie. So I had a good buddy of mine. I met him at a gun shop. I was working there, and he was a California transplant to Kentucky.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Why did you come here from there?" He goes, "Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's pretty much political." He's like, "When I was growing up, and I guess he's probably 38 or 39 now, but he says when I was growing up, there was an actual choice between left and right." He goes, "And now it's left or more left, and that's it." And he says, in this last section, it was very left versus extreme left. He's like, and I don't vote that way, and I don't want my dollars spent that way, and I'm taking a huge pay cut and all this other stuff to come live here, but I don't care because I've had enough. Now, that was his opinion. I'm neither supporting nor endorsing that, but that was basically what he said. And he's like, look, if you are even a little bit conservative in any way, socially or fiscally or anything, he said, California's not for you. Is because his take were that basically a couple of cities were essentially dictating the politics of the entire state, which I think seems to be accurate. But
yeah,
I don't know. You live there. You've lived there your whole life. If I'm full of shit here, by all means, correct me.
I feel like where I currently am at, like, being, I think military towns are pretty, like, not as exposed, but every time, like, I go home to, up in the Bay Area sometimes and go visit family, and that sometimes there's things that are going on there, and I'm like, what? Like, who thought this was a good idea? Like, things that piss you off, like paper straws.
Right.
And,
right. It's like,
I don't. Why? You don't need this. It's not. If anything, it's pissing more people off because they're throwing it away. You don't want your damn paper straw. But yeah, it's.
But like, there's that one picture of the turtle, though.
Oh no!
Remember the turtle?
Yeah.
There was a turtle.
I bet you the people who cared about that turtle didn't go get the straw out of the turtle's nose or whatever the fuck. They're just like, oh my god,
Weird.
there's a straw in a turtle's nose. Let's go complain about it. And yeah, that's my impersonation.
It's no, that's dude, I'm pretty sure that's accurate. Like,
it checks
not
out.
only is that 100% all of those people, but that is so accurate that any case in which it wasn't accurate is now accurate by proxy.
Yep. Yeah, that's how you can tell I was born and raised here. That I got it down to a T. And then watch this. I'm gonna get. Oh geez, who is that? Greenleaf Terrain's gonna like start spamming cancellation and shit because I insulted somebody. I hurt somebody's feelings, and therefore now I'm canceled.
Holy shit, zombie buddy! Since I looked back up, yeah, I think this is in your chat.
Yeah,
he was sitting there just. We're both Marines who break shit. You mean duct tape? Fuck yeah, and zip ties.
Yep. Duct tape, zip ties. It's back up. We're back up and running, boys. We actually, you do zip tie and dummy cord things. That's a thing.
So there aren't a ton of things that I've got that were things that like I learned while I was in and then kept. That almost nothing, in fact, like almost none of it actually applies to my real life at all anymore.
Yep.
How I fold clothes is still the same.
Yep.
I still roll everything. It is the best way to go.
Yep.
Yeah, for storage, for packing bags, rolling stuff is the best.
So Dantione,
the gear stuff is. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Dantione folds all the clothes in the house. So. And. Like, I can fold the clothes. I just don't want to.
Fair enough.
But then it comes to like things like dishes, and just in general states of cleanliness. And sometimes I just like I'll come home and I'm just mad about something, and I'll see something that's dirty, and I'm like, that's it. I'm field daying this fucking house now, and I just start cleaning the house.
Dude, that's something that like I
It's
have a
like,
certain level of clutter,
yeah,
right? Like, and when I hit that level, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. And then suddenly it's too much and I'm overwhelmed. Like, motherfucker,
yeah,
this all has to be done right now.
yeah. We're gonna do
And
it
then
all
like just sit there and
now.
angry clean.
Angry cleaning. Yeah, I just like because like it might be there for a little while. It's like usually day one you don't care so much about it, but then it's like, and you thought you never give a fuck about it up until it's that one day. It's the one day where some shit went wrong, and you're just like, this thing's been here for like 2 weeks and no one's touched it. That's it. Whole house is getting cleaned right now.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Like that, and I think that's everybody. It's just not always about cleaning. It's not always about organization. Like,
Yeah,
if you ask me, that is the healthy way to do this, which is to be like, I'm angry. What am I going to do? Something productive,
exactly.
right?
That's the one thing.
like my natural inclination is I'm going to break some shit,
Yeah,
but now I'm like, no, I bought all this shit. Hold
yeah,
on, hold on.
exactly. So it's like, if anything, if the military taught me anything good, it was, if you're mad, just start doing productive shit. And because and my parents always told me, my mom said, hey, don't ever drink when you're mad. I was like, why? Because then you'll just do dumb shit, and it'll probably not end up in your favor. And I'm like, huh? Because she told me this like when I was really, really, really young, and I was like, I don't get it. And now I
There's a
know
story
why.
here.
and now I know why. Because there are times where I've gotten mad and like, you know what? I'm just gonna have a beer to like try to take the edge off the day. And all I wanted to do is like, all I did was sit there, now drunk, just plotting how I just wanted to like stab all these people in the throat. I was like, this isn't productive at all.
No, and it's like it was Nietzsche, I think, who was talking about. He said, how do you say it? He said, suicide is the solace of men on many a cold night, or something like that, or the thought of suicide. And
Mm-hmm.
he's like, and his whole point being like that it wasn't the suicide itself; it was the fact that you could do something about it. And
Yeah.
so, like, just being angry, be like, "Mother, fuck this! You know what I could do?" And then you go down that thought. That's probably fine, so long as it stays there. That's probably just fine. Like, I think
Yeah.
everyone does it, and no one likes to admit it.
Yeah. You you think
It's
about
like,
it all you want.
right.
The
And
moment
it's
you
good because your brain doesn't really know the difference, right? It doesn't know that you get the same endorphins from that as actually doing it, and a lot less
Yeah.
prison time.
Yep. Or like someone's just in your face, and they're just like, especially you get like that one dude who you've been working with, or like that that for some reason is like trying to tell you that, it's like, I'm better than you because of this, that, and the fourth. Especially in the military, you get that one dude he's like thinks he's the next best thing to sliced bread, and he's telling you how to do your job when he's a completely different MOS, and you're like, I just want to fucking kill you right now, and then you don't. Like, you can think it all you want in your head.
Right. For now.
Yep. But if this dude wants to keep fucking around, he's gonna find out. And
So I heard something, and I may have mentioned this on stream before. Who knows? I heard something from, of all people, fucking Keanu Reeves, and I think I got a lot of respect for this guy.
Mhm.
Like, I saw him go train at Terran Tactical. I've been to a bunch of shooting schools and stuff, and it's
Yep.
like, that dude was putting the fucking work in. Holy
Oh,
shit!
yeah.
But there's this interview came up. I don't have TikTok, but YouTube, the YouTube Shorts,
Yeah.
right? For whatever reason, now when I open up YouTube on my phone, that's what comes up is the Shorts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when that happened, but it has.
Oh.
And so there's this interview with him, and somebody was asking him about correcting people. And he goes, "No, look, I'm of the age now where somebody says something wrong to me, I just go, wow," or like, "That's great."
Wow.
And I don't correct him at all. Right. And I was like, holy shit, that's brilliant. Like, and I have absolutely adopted that. And it is so much better. Like, I don't, like, I know you're wrong. My time is more valuable than telling you you're wrong. Like, I don't need you to know. You'll figure it out when you fuck this up. Unless it's somebody I care about, I don't say shit. And it's so great.
hold on. Zombie Buddy said one time we went from being mad to making a slip and bleed in the barracks. Oh bless. Gotta love it. Yeah, there's a phrase that we have. I think it's like it coined from even before like I got there. It just we've learned that this is what it means. Like if you have someone from outside the chain of command, like with another unit that starts just talking about whatever, and it's like you're really not interested in it anymore. You just hear like, what? Oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
No, that's crazy.
See,
you just keep saying that over and over again.
This is the version of like giving somebody $1 in your will so they can't contest it.
Yeah.
It's like you technically being acknowledged.
Yeah.
I have no more for you than that.
Yeah. But it's
I didn't forget. It's not a typo. You get $1.
Yeah. I remember I've done it to a couple of lieutenants. They just sit there. They try to talk about like, oh, how this part was, telling me their illustrious career as a second lieutenant has been wild and crazy. I go like, oh, sir, that's crazy. That's wild. Do tell.
That's fantastic.
That's great. And I can think about it.
I think when the Zen Buddhist wannabe part of me doesn't win through, and I can't go, wow, that's awesome, right? It's like the positive thing, and I need to get the dig in, but I still need it to just not be a thing. I'm going to start using that. Yeah, I'm adopting that.
Yeah. What? Oh, that's
brought to you by Lace and Paints.
Yeah. That's crazy. He just.
I love it.
You just, and then everyone's like, and they go, I know, right? Yeah, that's just, oh man, that's crazy.
Like, I literally can't believe it.
Yeah. Oh man, Keanu Reeves, that man's a true legend. True legend though. He just says, wow. That's
great.
Funny.
I didn't know that.
I am over highlighting these Cairn raids, like way too much.
Well, do the what did you call it the other day? I was saying like the
I did
22-inch test, but you said it's the 3 feet challenge. Or
the 3 foot fabulous, yeah.
3 foot fabulous, yeah. So I mean, they're 15 millimeter, dude. Back up and see if that's the case. I would think that contrasts, like those photos you sent and posted on my Discord and all over the Discords that we're both in.
Mm-hmm.
Those look great. They're also 15 millimeter.
Yeah,
and like a little over exaggeration is probably not a bad thing with these.
Well, I mean, okay, yeah, I'm gonna hold up because I've already done 4 of the 5. Here's one that is not with the white highlights, and then here's one with the white highlights. Like, I don't know. Does it look better?
So, you've got the one on
this
on
one,
my screen. It's in your right hand.
Yeah, this one.
Okay, so your screen is inverted. That's the one I'm talking about. That one has less. The definition is considerably more because of the highlighting.
Yep.
Like white highlighting.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I probably lost track of what I was saying. I do that a lot.
Yeah.
One of the things with the contrast paints, you could do that white and then hit it again with that same contrast paint that you've like overdone the white on, and then you get some real serious depth with it.
Well,
and it's kind of like slap chop, but you can just keep pushing that up and up, and so if you think it's too much, it's over highlighted.
It's terms of what I mean. It's like it's not that I think it's too much in terms of the color. It's too much in terms of for the size of these models and the effort that I'm putting in. As of right now, I feel like I'm going to get diminishing returns, and because
now
it's we're way past 3 foot fabulous here. We're talking like,
are you doing this because it makes it look better, or are you doing this for you?
I'm doing this for me. That's what this is for.
Well, then.
And then it's gonna.
That was always the case. What do you think's better?
Yeah, and it's gonna look good on Instagram because why not? That's why I'm doing this. It's like, oh, I can do better than that. That's really what's getting me now. Is like I can do better than that, and then here I am.
So, I have not found anything even resembling a workaround for that yet. Like as far as
For what?
in the for I can do better than that, because like when I'm selling something to somebody,
Uh-huh.
like you do commissions, it's like there are certain commissions where a guy just doesn't care how good it looks,
Yep.
right? He's like, I want this.
Mhm.
And nowadays when it's those, because I cannot get around the well, I can do better than this thing, I send him somewhere else, because it's like that's not what I do, man. And because if I sent that out the door, it's like I can't advertise that on Instagram. I can't, that's not showing off what I can do, or that's not, I don't want my name on it.
Yeah.
And now that's a me problem. I can't get over it though. Like I just can't seem to go, yeah, well, sometimes it doesn't have to be your best. Because like the thing in my brain is like, yeah, like why are you doing this otherwise? So the short answer to that is, or the short version of that is, I got no help for you, man. Good luck.
Yeah. Yeah, it comes with personal price. Hold on, let's see. What did Zombie Bunny say? You said, what do you mean by do you know what that is? And then highlights are so much better. Are you talking about my final one? They're getting highlighted anyway. It's just yes, highlights do make things better. This is all true, and I think we can all just hit the I believe and agree on that one. It's one of those, like I said, it's the whole, is the effort that I'm putting in really going to make this thing look that much better?
Is that the selling thing? Right.
Yeah. Like, am I going to look at this at a table, stand 3 feet away from it and go, man, those are really good? Or am I going to put it on the table, like, for these highlights, this white highlight that I'm putting here, because I can get bold with the highlights with 15 mil, and it's going to look fine. But without them, if I was going to put these on a table and stand 3 feet away, I go, wow, these are really nice. And then with these white highlights, I'm still going to put them on a table and stand 3 feet away and go, wow, those are really nice.
Yeah.
It
Like
doesn't change.
for some things, it's like the 80-20's really got to take. Like you don't want to spend 80% of your time getting that extra 20%. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's why it's like it's diminishing.
I don't do that
returns.
on any of these miniatures anymore that I sell. It's like very, very rarely is it ever the best I can do, because the best I can do takes twice the amount of time that it has in it for it to just blow somebody's socks off.
Yeah.
That's buying it from me, right?
Mhm,
And I don't mean to like. These are not my words. These are what my people are saying to me, and I still don't really believe it. I think people are being nice, but this is what they're saying. And if I put that extra double that time into a model,
Mhm.
I get the exact same reaction, and they're exactly as happy.
Yep.
It is like, so who's it for? It's like, well, my ego doesn't need that help. Like,
Yeah.
I don't need that bad.
And you go, wow, those are really
So-
nice.
Yep. They were really nice. They were really nice 5 hours ago too.
Hold on.
So competition
Slip and-
pieces. That's the only place I get to do that anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, slip and bleed. Yeah, slip and bleed is it's a slip and slide. Slip and slide on the roof with minimal water. Roof shingles will get you eventually. Oh god. I mean,
See, this is why the enlistment age should absolutely be like 21 or 22.
Oh my
Like,
goodness.
You need a little bit more brain development
Yeah.
before you go, hey guys, you know what's a great idea?
yeah. Oh no, I saw this meme. Oh, it's hilarious. It's a meme of just like there's an officer just sitting like in front of a laptop, and obviously it looks like he's typing something, but it just says the enlisted are getting rowdy tonight. Like, it's like, yep, dude, you're not that much older. It's okay. The enlisted are getting rowdy tonight.
Shit, yeah. When you started reading comments, I went back to my chat and somebody, I don't know what I said or when, but Bunny Creations was like, what are you, like 60?
Like 60.
I'm not sure what I said to prompt that, but yes.
Yeah,
Yes, I am.
It wasn't. He said I wasn't senior listed. Thank God. Yeah. Well. Yeah, I've stuck around long enough to become the villain. That's where I'm at. Where I go, hey.
It took surprisingly little time.
Yeah.
Well, for me at least, like, yeah. What is it? You die die the hero or you live long enough to be the villain. It's like
Yeah.
it took surprisingly little time for me to make that transition.
Yeah,
I feel like it should have taken more.
yeah. I became the dude who just laughed when there was a staff NCO who stood in front of the formation and say, "Hey, welcome to Camp Wilson. Please don't smear shit on the walls." To being that staff NCO when the troops got off the bus, and I was like, "Welcome to Camp Wilson. Please don't smear shit on the walls." And I'm like, "Oh no, I've become that man." And then they're like,
They stop being dad jokes when you tell them.
"Yeah,
Now it's just funny.
yeah." But the other thing is like, I've had to go tell Marines like, "Hey, get out of the female head because the females don't want to walk in and see you shitting in the open stalls." And they're like,
The
"Yeah,
Marines
but
don't have doors.
not in Wilson."
Ah,
Hell
right.
no, they don't. You think we have the
You think we've
luxury
got
of
the taxpayer
doors?
dollars for things like hinges?
Yeah. What? Get out of here. Okay. I'm done with these Karen raids. I'm not doing any more with them. They are complete.
Nice.
I have officially
You are the master now, son.
Yes. I've claimed
I'm leaving it the fuck alone is the right answer quite often.
they are complete. I think anyway, I spent way too much time on them. That's how that turned out.
So,
too much.
You're taking them. So you've got that army you're taking with you on deployment, right?
Yep, and I'm also trying to take a high elf army too.
Okay, right on.
Yeah.
So is there somebody else that you know is going to play with you? Like they're going to bring their own army?
Yep, I actually printed off their army over this.
So they can bring the paint. They can paint theirs while they're there, huh?
Yeah. So I have an Elegoo in terms of resin printers, right? I have an Elegoo Saturn 2 and an Elegoo Saturn.
Right. Yeah,
and
I'm jealous. I'm in the next day or two. I'm going to be buying one because Black Friday.
Yeah. Oh, that's a big brain move. That's smart.
That's what I said the last time. That's what you said the last time I said that.
Yep. It's still valid. But
yeah, no, dude, that thing is you can get with the bed on that one without doing any fancy stack jobs. Like you could get
yep.
a couple of you get 1,000-point army per print, right, in like 3 hours.
So on 15 mil scale, right, I can print a 2,000-point army at 15 mil, no problem. Like there's still space left over.
Right.
I printed off my buddies. He gave me because we decided to go like, hey, max games that we're gonna play is like 1,500 points. Right, just
yeah. So you want 2,000 points, 2,500 points to play.
Yeah, so we want like 1,700, like 1,800 points just to have some swap out changeability and and yeah, I printed all out in one go. If you know what, if you give me a second, if you give me just a second, I'll go grab the tallest model and the reason why it took like 5 hours and 44 minutes to print.
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah.
Actually, before you do that,
yes,
I am in desperate need of a break. The cigarettes are here, and I haven't had one since before we started. So I'm going to do that. You entertain the chat, and then I want to see the tall thing.
Okay. Well.
All right.
Well, shit. Hey, everybody. I hope everyone's having a good night.
Yeah, see, it's weird when you get put on the spot like that.
Oh, no. Watch me. Watch me.
All right. I'll see you in just a minute.
Yeah. I hope everybody having a good night. Hey, if you guys have been sitting there in my chat and you've been watching for a little bit, you probably have a few points staved up, some Russell Sprouts. I still haven't finished this beer. That's why I have to get this Yeti Tallboy koozie. Because sometimes y'all don't make me drink fast enough. So I guess I'll just drink for my own entertainment. Cheers, everybody. But no, I hope everybody's having a better first Monday than they were having previously, because we just try to bump it up a little bit. Oh, there's a camera moving. Oh, bless. Hold on. I'm gonna unsee the guest here real quick. Okay. But yeah, first Mondays, right? And if you're new to the stream, or if you're new to the chat in general, there's the week does not go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It goes first Monday, second Monday, hump day, third Monday, Saturday Eve, Saturday, Sunday, and then it's back to Monday again. So there's really 3 Mondays in a week. And if you're not a big hump day person, then it's really 4 Mondays. But I try to give the Mondays the benefit of the doubt. And yeah. we give we got to give Wednesday some credit. Give you a little ray of hope. So that's why we have first Monday today. That's what we have. And I figured, when it comes to streaming on first Mondays, usually everyone's like, "Oh no, it's back to work. I'm tired. I just want to make some food, go to sleep," right? Which is 100% fine. You could do that. But I figured maybe you're having a bad day and you want to listen to some idiot on the internet that doesn't show his face, which I'm working on fixing. That doesn't show his face. Just talk to anyone and everyone about stuff. And since you're here, I'm assuming you're one of those people that just wants to hear some random dude on the internet talk about stuff. Probably talk about hobby stuff, things that you probably enjoy too. So that, or you're one of the people who I work with, and you're just here out of the kindness of your heart. Or you just, are trying to get me drunk. That's also another thing, because then I get through my first Mondays way better when I'm drunk. And then sometimes I feel like, Dr. Rhino actually has it figured out better than I do. Because Dr. Rhino's like, you can redeem points for him to do, to do exercises and stuff. As opposed to me, where it's like, hey, you can cash in points for me to get more and more intoxicated. And here I am talking about like, oh man, I should probably bump up my fitness a little bit more. Because this stream's gonna make me fat. But I'm going away for 6 months, so I'll make up for it. I'll be okay. I need to put some more skeleton horde into this bunch, this little bundle that I have here on my palette. It's too bright. There we go. We'll see how that works out. People, boo. Yeah, for those of you who are in the chats, Seraphim Sepia, which, here's the funny part, Seraphim Sepia.
Still there?
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm still here. I'm just chatting away. I was about to say Seraphim Sepia is too, I think in terms of a wash for bone colors and stuff, it's too dark.
Red.
Too dark.
Yeah.
But that's how
So,
GW tries to pitch it. They say, "Oh yeah, use Seraphim Sepia to shade your bone colors."
no, Agrax, if you're going to use one of theirs. Like Agrax that's cut like 4 drops of Agrax to 1 drop of Lamian medium flat is
Not milk.
awesome.
Not milk.
Not milk.
Not milk. Yeah, Lamia medium. Never heard of her. It's not milk.
It's not milk. I bought a thing of Lamian medium forever ago, and this was the beginning of the end for me because it was like, oh, that makes it super easy. And I started using it and all kinds of stuff, and I just realized how fast I was using it. It was like the same price as everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard offhand somewhere, this was before I was even before I even cared or gave a shit in any capacity whatsoever
Yep.
about doing anything professionally. And somebody just offhand said, "Oh yeah, well, it's basically just it's basically just acrylic medium thinned out." And I was like, "What?" And then I saw what acrylic medium was. And it's like a 8-ounce thing of acrylic medium is $10, or 2 things of Lamian medium is $10, right?
Yep.
And they make what less than a fluid ounce piece, I believe. And so since that's the expensive part of it, man, it's just once I realized that how much DIY could actually be in this DIY hobby, I was ruined.
Yep.
Fucking ruined.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Zombie says he's assembling trogs while watching us. That's cool. Nice. The troglodots. Is it troglodytes or troglodots? I don't know if they.
Oh, well, and GW stuff, I have no idea. Troglodytes normally, I think, but
it's
with
like
GW,
yeah.
I don't know.
I feel like it's
apparently Tau needs an apostrophe now, so
they've had an apostrophe.
Not since I think that started in 8th. Yeah, they were Tau, like the symbol 2 pi.
Trogots.
Ever.
For the Gloom Spike Gits.
Trogots. I don't know those ones.
They're not trolls, and they're not orcs, but they're like
they are just troglodytes then.
Yeah, they're like skinny. They're like skinny trolls. They're troglodytes, but they call them trogots because Hold on, see here. Army Buddy got me doing AOS. Haven't played since it was fantasy. Ooh, so you decided to do Gloom Spike Gits for your welcome back to the fantasy side, Army. I guess is that what you call that? The relapse army?
It's not a problem. You have a problem, Army.
Yeah. So okay. So here's the thing, right? This is what I keep thinking about this because it makes sense in my head. If you are a fantasy fan, right? If you're a fan of Warhammer Fantasy, like the old world shit, if you're gonna make an army and you want to start now, or you want to play some Age of Sigmar now, just to it's kind of like the diluted bump, just to get you there until Old World drops. Pick an army that was also in the Old World, because if you do Stormcast Eternals, congratulations, you played yourself.
Right.
Because they're not going to be in the Old World.
You were telling me that the Deepkin were a new one too. That was a post.
The Ideneth Deepkin, the Lumineth Realm Lords, the Osiarch Bone Reapers, the Night Haunts. None of them are going to be in the Old World unless they try to magical some shit, which is possible. But
so, my customer for the Slaves to Darkness army, right?
Yeah.
Typically, there's absolutely no need to talk someone in or out of just about anything. Now, I'll upsell stuff like, hey, if we're going this far, then I'll cut you a discount if we're going to reach, 2,500 points or something like that. And it's like, then it's a bulk thing, and I'm not doing like having to come up with a color scheme for your army for one unit and the whole thing, right?
Yep.
Like it pays out for me, and as you well know, doing a bunch of one thing is
mind-numbing.
Actually, yeah, and it's also faster. Like,
yes, it is efficient.
Once you've got a bit of a system, it's just better, and so it's like it's not necessarily more fun always, but Okay, I got 20 of these guys to paint. Uh, everybody's getting brown right now.
Yeah.
Then everyone, right?
Yeah, you just batch paint it.
He wanted to do. He had two armies that he was wanting to do first.
Mm-hmm.
That we were talking about three, right? And it was the Ossiarch Bone Reapers, and then it was Stormcast. Were the first two that he was looking at, and I had just gotten off of this enormous Custodes. Like we just finished one for him, and
Mm-hmm.
then all his buddies decided we're playing AOS now. Fuck 40k.
Oh my god.
And so he played him once or twice, I think, and then didn't go back to it. I don't think he's played it since. To his credit, or to his benefit, he said that AOS is probably got a hell of a lot more tactical depth than the current edition of 40k now. Which I don't know
Really?
if that's true or not.
Tactical
Yeah,
depth?
and the reason that he was saying it was essentially because I was talking to him. I was like, these games. He was like, one of the things I hated about the new editions of 40k. It's like it doesn't matter if you're flanking a tank. You get no advantage to shooting in the ass, right?
Yeah.
Like they just have wounds.
Yep.
And so like all of the flanking maneuvers and even basic stuff, even pincer maneuvers or enveloping maneuvers, right? Like that,
Yep.
it just doesn't matter anymore. And he said that like so much of AOS is just movement based, like because there's so much positioning, and it matters whether or not you hit somebody in the side with cavalry and some other things. I don't remember exactly what he was saying, but he said that just the sheer amount of movement and positioning, how important it was, just made it better. And so I try not to old dude too bad on him, where I was like, back in my day, 40k was like that.
Hold on, we got hold on, let's see what's going on in chat here. Oh geez. Zombie, you said
For what it's worth, I haven't
uh
played AOS, so I don't know. Hey, the end gamers, how are you, man?
Zombie Buddy said, yeah, I figured it's fun as fuck to smash someone with a bunch of retarded little goblins. Gotta love the gobos. I really do love gobos. If I was gonna make a 15 mil army of gobos, I'd probably be happy as fuck. Let's see. I still has a fantasy army, 10k points of high elves. If you want to play, with your high elves, just play one page rules. I preach this so much. Like, just play one page rules.
You are their biggest unspoken advocate, man.
I am. I really am, because I think it's a great core rule set, and you can add additional shit on top of it. Also, where did my music go? My music stopped. Please continue. Thank you. What else do we have here? Got about 6,000 points of Archeon's Horde too. From Storm of Chaos. Nice.
I just did an Archeon. That thing that's a fucking model and a half. Holy shit.
Two of my friends are on the AOS Worlds team. Jesus. For the US. And they're in the top 10 in the US.
That's pretty impressive.
Did someone just try to drop an ad for 5 viewers, followers, and primes? What the fuck?
What?
Yeah. Can I report him? Because I don't.
No, I bet you can block him. Well, I mean, you probably can report him. I don't know.
I was gonna say,
I
hey,
guess
look, we got a new chatter in chat.
I've gotten a couple of bots, and continuous response is just like, well, if you're getting bots, that means that you're doing something right. So just get them out of there.
Yeah.
It's like, all right.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm banned AF. we go. Problem solved.
Done.
Yep. Best part of my body, who's number 1 in the U.S. He's a jarhead. Nice. What? Here's the. What was I gonna say? What is his army? That your boy who is the number 1 in the U.S. What is the top player in the U.S. playing? He has them all. Which one is he competing with that made him top in the U.S.? Come on now.
Jesus, man, if it's anything like, now I hear about it from other people because again, I'm not doing the current meta or the current edition even, but it's like every time a new one comes out, it's the best thing to have, right?
Oh yeah.
It's like of course you're gonna have them all because like if it's as fluid as 40k is, holy shit, there's no option except to have them all if you're going to be competing.
Yep.
Like, and I have a shitload of models. Don't get me wrong, like lots and lots of models, almost as if this is my job. And that is too many models for me to fucking store to have every army represented.
Hey, but if you're number 1 in the U.S. and you got sponsors,
yeah, he's getting paid better than I am, probably by a lot.
He gets paid better than both of us. But yeah, so hey, good for him. First off, like, you know what? If you love the game and you went competitive and you've gotten so good to where you ended up being like number 1 player in the U.S. and you're being sponsored, hell yeah. He recently won LVO. He won the Las Vegas Open. God bless. He says he thinks it was Sons of Bahamut. I'm gonna lie. He changes each event to keep his mind fresh and to keep an edge. What? Yeah, I just change it up every time just to make sure that my skills are good. It's like, goddamn.
Like maybe just at that level. Like,
yeah, no, it's a level that I can't comprehend.
2 editions ago, and I'm finding new shit about armies that I've played for like 10 years now. Holy shit, it's been 10 years. Christ. But yeah, I'm still finding new shit about like tactics for an edition that has not had new stuff produced for like 4 or 5 years. Like, this guy must be like, I don't know, how does his brain fit in there?
I don't know.
That's what I want to know.
He's got a wrinkly brain, I'll tell you that.
Mine's smooth like a marble.
Yeah, yep. Here we are making smooth brain moves. Screaming Cazador. Hey, Screaming Cazador. What's up?
What do you say, buddy?
How long do you think you're gonna
Before we're in Hive
until
Cities.
you get to Hive Cities? Oh God. I
don't think we're going to.
I don't think we're gonna get to Hive Cities anytime soon. Not within my lifetime. I'll tell you that. However, pause for effect. There was a recent pitch about how they're gonna make these cities that are just long ass fucking lines. Like, if you're gonna put it on a grid, it was just a line on a grid, and it was. I forget how the whole pitch. It's like they're just gonna contain themselves, where it's like it's all green, and you'll have medical care, and then everything else on the outside is on the outside, and it doesn't take up a whole lot of space. But I'm like, and the best part was is like, so it was some like, you know, new innovation / not Kickstarter, but it was just like one of those like, here's new innovations in the world that people are pitching, and there was a lot of in the Middle East. Yeah, I saw something about it. Also, Rio Kasai, hey, how's it going?
See, I don't think we're gonna get there, and I think it has more to do with a need than I don't think that our population is going to balance out for sure. And it's like, if you look at third world countries, it's like the moment that their their mean income gets above like 5,000, suddenly they're environmentalists. But until then, it's pure survival, right?
Yeah.
And then when they get to the next level up, it's like suddenly women have a vote, and because it was the other system that has been around for so long, which is the actual patriarchy, because they're the sole earners. And then when that happens, what happens is birth rates go just through the floor.
Yep.
And actually, that's starting to happen. It's actually, as far as Musk is concerned, his thing is that this is a problem. We're having a population collapse in a lot of countries, and so like the hive city is a population problem. You just build up and up and up, and people just keep reproducing. But we're actually in the other thing where it's like we're having a problem maintaining the level of population we have, and we have a system built for more people than we're going to have.
Yeah, we're also not having galactic wars where people die in the millions.
That's true. We should get on that.
Yeah. I mean,
Wait.
I'm just...
No. I stand by it. It's fine.
Yep. I mean, also, I forgot. I actually listened to the entire thing of why humans avoid war.
Did you like it?
Oh my god, it was awesome. It was fantastic. It made like I think towards the end it got a little like
Run out of stuff to say?
No, not run out of stuff to say. It turned into more like this is like a knockoff Star Wars. Where like
the original premise, I think the entire thing could have been like the first 5 chapters, and I would have been fine with it.
Yeah.
Like the first 5 chapters of it alone are just like absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it makes so much sense. It's just like, yeah, no, we try to avoid war because we're too damn good at it, and every time we go to war, people just die in the millions.
Right. Yeah, like I really do love that concept that it's always because sci-fi horror is the thing when you're getting into the weird kind of whatever it is, Lovecraftian or whatever universe. Is like humans aren't the scariest thing, and my thought is like maybe humans fucking really are though. Like what if we were the most terrifying shit that any other species has ever seen? And I love that notion that it's just like because it's the other ones just played the fuck out, like you've heard it all before.
So what Cazador's saying is the massive coffin cities, like Japanese coffin apartments, like if we're gonna ever get to that kind of size,
I think that's a thing that exclusively in Japan because of a lack of land area.
Yeah,
we don't do that here.
But also, we just hit 8 billion people on Earth the other day. That's what Cazador just said. 8 billion.
That's a lot of us.
That is a lot.
All the major projections are looking at like a leveling out at like 10, which might not be a good thing either. But there's some bizarre kind of economic things that have to go along with that. Yep. Specifically, like the notion that don't get me wrong, I'm a hardcore capitalist when it comes to like individuals. But capitalism has this inbuilt assumption of infinite growth, and we can't have that always.
Nope.
So I think people really should be maybe more worried about what kind of monetary system we're going to adopt and how to start changing people's mind that that's okay, because capitalism cannot keep up with this. I mean, not that we have capitalism, don't get me wrong, but the notion of infinite growth cannot keep up if we're staying here on this planet.
Yeah. Okay. So random thought that's less talking about politics and getting deep into economics and blah blah blah.
Hey, look, man, I'm interested in lots of stuff. Just derail anytime.
Okay. So I think hot take. We're gonna get into hot takes because
all right.
I'm or at least this one hot take. I think those like the whole Japanese kind of like here's your little capsule cell for a hotel room, right? I think there should be more. I think they should have those in America, especially in like the big cities. Because what is the most thing that people will do, especially if they're in those like transient, a transient area where they're just they're passing through, or
right. I'm here for the stuff, not for the other.
Yeah,
right?
not for this hotel room. And guess what?
Right.
If you soundproof the little capsules, you take somebody home with you. Close the little tiny blind.
The single blind.
the single
The one
blind,
blind.
yeah,
It's
and
just a string and a single bar of plastic.
yeah, and you
Hey,
go
look,
at it, you know?
man, there are many times where I would have loved to have something like that, just a leave me the fuck alone pod.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
I
like
would have been a lot of those times I would have been fine just pulling my car into it and just like shut like a one of the
Just-
shipping containers.
yeah,
Like somebody would rent me a shipping container with a sink and a toilet in it. Like, I would totally travel the country that way.
yeah. I think we need to have more of those in America. Just like I'm pretty sure like business people or something like that, like you know, and you know, okay, what about like having a bathroom and stuff like that? Well, like yeah, you
Like, I
can,
mean, it wouldn't be particularly hard to, especially the more Asian-dominated way of doing it, which is essentially just you squat over the hole, man.
yeah, well, it's not even that, right? Because I don't think we're gonna get Americans to squat over the hole. I'm talking about if if the if you have things like like a spa, you know how spas like have the nice showers and
Sure.
and all that and like pools and baths and saunas and all that other stuff. I'm pretty sure if you had that available for people that were staying in those kind of transient like hotel pod things, I'm pretty sure they'd be okay. And if the fact that you don't have to have housekeeping maintain the
Just
rooms,
like barracks or college dorm this thing.
yeah,
Right?
it's like instead of having the housekeeping take care of the rooms all the time, you just will primarily shift to, um, you know, keeping the bathrooms clean, and keep
Yeah.
the spas and make sure you got hot water, and you're already like off to the races.
So, I think you're right. Is Americans aren't going to squat, but the other thing is we have, and I think this is so. Keep in mind that I'm never actually making any sort of political statement, right? Because I don't care.
yeah,
I genuinely just don't give a shit.
but this is the internet.
It's that. Yeah, it's the internet. I don't care what you think. I don't care what I think. It doesn't matter. And political discussions on the internet are just they're verbal abortions is what they are. They're awful. There's just why bother?
Okay, fair play.
So that being said,
Mm-hmm.
I think as far as a philosophical standpoint is with Americans,
Yep.
I don't know that they would go for that pitch. Like, I like that idea a lot. Like, there are so many times where that would have absolutely been a lifesaver for me.
Yeah.
Like, just, I'm going through here. Sleeping in Greyhound stations are fucking awful. I wanted
Yeah.
to see the area, but I don't have a lot of money, and Greyhound ain't the way to do it.
Yep.
But, you live and you learn. Whereas if there was something that's like, look, here's a place where I won't have to clutch my pistol while I sleep. All right. Like, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
I would
it's-
have loved shit like that.
Yeah,
But
it's-
I think American standard of living is just too fucking high now.
'cause it's like
Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's moving the other direction. I just feel like we do this weird. Like, I see how the bed and breakfast thing, the Airbnb, right? Like,
Yeah.
I see how that catches on. But most of the time, it's like, here, I'm gonna be out of town. Use this house, or I bought this house specifically for this. Whereas the other is like, I think you'd have to find the right people, the right mindset. I'm sure there's a good niche for it. Just
Yeah.
a good niche area that you could apply.
like
that,
you
but,
gotta you gotta initially set up in a place where it's like, hey, this is a town where people, it's like it's a midway point between this place and this place, and you just set up these little cocoon things, and you can put like a little, I'd say like a ceiling TV, because people want to have like a TV and that kind of shit. You just implement like a little ceiling TV on the inside of the pod, and what am I doing? Put away the color that I wanted to keep using. And make sure that the beds are clean. You change this, like, and someone just goes in and changes the sheets. And
see, this is where my engineering brain just picks up. Like, I don't know if I'm, an art dude in an engineering body or vice versa. I don't know which it is, because I've never really cracked the field that it probably ought to be. But like when you were talking about the pod and like, yeah, you just bring somebody in to change the sheets. It's like, now one-use hospital sheets with an automated roller system where it just pulls the sheets and incinerates them or recycles them.
it's got to be comfy. That's why it's a hotel, like a
Okay.
hotel.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, what's a roll of cotton cost?
Well, what I'm saying is like,
Uh,
yeah, okay, fair. But like I'm saying, you need to have something comfy, right? Where it doesn't feel cheap, because if you're gonna skimp on the rest of the room and the couch and the all the other shit that's in a usual hotel room, you can use
yeah,
that money to invest it in you know
right.
the fact that there's a bed there, and then you can put a TV, like, and then as they're laying in the bed, they have like a little remote on the side. And honestly, look, I'm gonna be in Japan here not too long, and
hmm
I want to see one of these shits. That's
Yeah, man, I expect a detailed report. Uh, give me an AAR on this thing.
yeah, for
Like,
real.
let me know how it goes
Yeah, I
because
want to.
like I'm not a claustrophobic guy,
Yeah.
not at all. Like even a little bit.
Hmm.
There is something about a certain density of people and in that kind of area where even though I think the idea is great, I kind of wonder about the claustrophobia aspect of it. Like, all right, exactly how sardine can I get before this really bothers me on this fundamental unspoken level?
Like you got to think like a first class, like how like the first class cocoon.
So this is a luxury pod in your pitch here.
Okay, it's I wouldn't even say it's a luxury pot. Yeah, maybe, but it's
I mean, that would make it a hell of a lot more like sellable or marketable, right?
yeah,
Is
exactly.
to just have, yeah,
Yeah, it's it's all just condensed into a little pod, right? There is some luxury to it, but it's just condensed into a little pod. That's what I'm trying to pitch here, because if you can say, hey, if you're going from point A to point B, but you don't want to spend the money, and like you don't want to spend the money to get this, hotel room that has a double queen, because for some reason double queen rooms are cheaper than a king size bed. And maybe you don't want that. Maybe it's just you and you're traveling on the road, or you're
right. And
you're more
$110
like
a night is a little much for a place that you
yeah,
know has bed bugs anyway.
yeah, exactly. Like, and you don't like, and housekeeping is understaffed because nobody wants to fucking do housekeeping these days, and well, whatever the hell you want to pitch it, right? Like, and then you just say, here's this little tiny pod that has all the things that you wanted: the TV, a comfy bed, um, a
Place to
plate,
bring your local hooker, all the things.
yeah, a cup holder, like, and
A cup holder, a hooker nook, all
yeah,
all the comforts of home.
and for $40, like 40 or $50, that's where you can sleep for the night. If you're one of those businessmen that like, you go out and you go have the fancy dinners with all your other business partners, and then you're so drunk that you go back to your hotel room and all you do is just go back to sleep, get one of these little pods. It's like,
I'm having a hard time finding a fault with this idea, honestly.
yeah, Japan figured it out. Why can't we figure it out?
That's the only thing that I'm really coming back to at all, man. It's just that Americans have a very, I want to say, well-defined notion of what luxury is, or what like high living is, or whatever that is. I don't know how it is in California. I've never lived there. I've only been through once or twice.
Yeah.
But do you know many people who are like doing the below their means thing on purpose?
I only hear that when they're gonna go buy a car.
Right. Like I'm going. I could afford this, but I'm going to get that. Right. Which is
No,
always like,
yeah.
afford this, because the thing that this car says about me is not worth the extra money.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I am very much that guy. I don't think that I am. I genuinely don't think that I'm in the majority on that one. I think that for the most part, people are like at their means. I think maybe the couple of financial collapses we've had have helped a lot. Like where people go, maybe we don't need the McMansion or whatever.
Yep.
But I think that culture is very much still there. I don't know. Do you see that in California?
Well, so here's the thing: is that usually people, I'm still trying to pick the market of people who are just going from point A to point B, or they're business people that just need a place to put their head down. so that they can either continue with their nightlife while they're not at the business meeting, or
Right.
because you got to think the other thing that comes with this, like maybe instead of just getting just a regular hotel room, you get like the whole spa thing as a place to get yourself clean and to do laundry and do stuff like that.
Hydrate, you bastard!
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
I think it's a logistical thing that I need to do some research on.
I mean,
also,
if you're talking legitimate business plan, like I think that the kinks can be ironed out so long as you can capture the right market.
yeah, you got to figure out who you're pitching it to. Also,
Yeah,
hey
that's
Rosie, how's it going? Thank you stop by and say hi. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Just cranking out some undead. It's moving pretty good. Yeah, I'm moving and shaking and also having a conversation. Also, thank you, Rosie. I will hydrate. Thank you. Yeah, drinking water. That's something I haven't really been doing a lot lately.
Speaking of which, I think I am about due for some coffee.
Oh, speaking of which, I thought we were gonna end at I thought we were gonna end at 9.
At a reasonable time.
Well, we're 45 minutes past that, so I guess
Okay.
I'm
All right,
gonna
well, check it out. Here's
drink!
my the one that's close to finished.
So I think
hold
here's what
on.
we're gonna do. We're probably gonna go on until like probably 10, and we'll call it a night there. So
Jesus
for
Christ.
me, that means that I'm gonna finish putting the rest of the wood color onto these skeletons.
I think we'll let this thing dry and hit with some matte because it is so shiny that I can't hardly see what the hell's going on. So
And
that's
then
gonna
also,
change.
are we just gonna make this now just a common thing where we just both go live together and just sit here and chat?
Hell, and it's honestly I find it a hell of a lot more entertaining than the one way chatting the other way.
Yeah.
I've been talking to Gosu about doing something pretty similar,
Mhm.
and mostly the big for me. I don't know about for you, but for me, it's like I'm getting pretty good at the if you don't stop talking, if you stop talking, everybody blows up kind of game, right?
Yeah.
And I hate it by myself. Like if
Oh,
it's an
yeah.
empty chat room, I'd rather just fuck off and literally do anything else.
Yep.
And I don't think that the Twitch algorithm or scheduling really allows for that sort of thing because if you do that, then you get deprioritized in queues and then nobody shows up anyway.
Mhm.
And it's just like this self-reinforcing problem.
Yep.
If you think that's incorrect, I'd like to hear it because
Oh no, the algorithm is real.
all right, so that's the thing for me is like I'm getting people. I started with Painting Dad when we first started out,
Yep.
and you and Gosu and the guy Tully that was on. We're gonna do that podcast together, and so probably once a week I'm gonna end up doing my own thing where I want to work on something specific or weird or whatever.
Yeah.
Or do I'm trying to get the thing up on my Instagram / Discord / whatever where there are going to be some times where I've been asked, like the other night, it was like I was not planning to do an Imperial Knight shoulder pad to show how you do that.
Yeah.
But I like to have an avenue for people who have a specific one-off thing
Mm-hmm.
because I don't mind for a second to take the time out. Like, this is how you do this, because that's this whole hobby, right?
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, I'm going to try and do this kind of shit as much as possible, and this seems to go pretty well. So my short answer is, yeah, why not?
Okay. Also, for those who are in chat, because I know I at least have 14 of you in chat. Do you guys prefer having me talking with Nerdgun or at least somebody while I'm hobbying instead of me just talking to myself? You do assembling scenes from time to time if you ever want to chill. Oh, okay. Zombie, I will definitely keep that in mind. Zombie, you're in the Discord, right? Because usually that's where I reach out in terms of setting up stuff, like setting up when we're gonna coordinating times and how we're doing all that shenanigans.
The only thing that I see really, man, is the and like for Kazdor, like I Kazdor personally,
Mhm.
like I know who he is. I know he went over to your chat and asked the same question that he did in mine because I was looking at your chat and didn't realize it because I've got 2 of these windows open.
Yeah, right.
And it's like the only thing that I've got is I'd like to figure out some way to share the viewership on it. Mostly just because I think I'm struggling a lot more than some of you guys are because probably haven't been doing it as long. I want to figure out a way to do that, and that is not super high on my priority list as far as the things.
Yeah.
But just being realistic, that's the bit because you got probably let's see here. Let me open my.
I'm
I
doing
gotta
a lot of
actually
something
look at my own
again
channel.
to retrain my left-handed arm. Oh well, hey, Zombie, if you want to hang out and hobby and chat with me while I'm on stream, hit me up in the Discord. We'll try and work something out. And if you wanna just sit there and chat, then we can do that. Or if you want to show your assembling of stuff as a thing you want to stream, then we can do that as well. Those are all possibilities.
I hope the Zombie has a better time assembling stuff on stream than I do. I hate it. I don't know what the deal is, but man, I was really bad at that. Paint all day. Can't hardly assemble anything on stream for shit. It could be a me problem.
I find watching and then doing assembly while doing stream/watch is good motivation. A few vids up. Love converting and assembly. I tell you what, I hate, there's something I've never gotten good at because it's not the part that excites me about the hobby, and that is kit bashing and assembly. Like, if I'm going to kit bash anything, I'm going to do it digitally, and then I'm going to 3D print it. And it's going to be quote-unquote kit bashed. It's a digital kit bash, whatever you want to call it that.
There's some enjoyment to be had in the actual kit bashing, but you gotta have to have the parts laying around to do it.
Yep. And it's not. Most of my parts are already printed, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna print it with it on there.
That's there's a middle ground there that I find myself at pretty often because so a lot of people that I paint for want to be able to go play tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
So 3D printed certain things are okay.
Yeah.
But they need to be able to not be called on by the guy that they're stomping and like, oh well, you can't win because you're disqualified anyway, right?
Yeah.
And so that, but like one of my customers doing a shitload of Space Wolves for him have been for, basically as his budget allows, we do another unit or two.
Yep.
I have a little box of Space Wolves gubbins that I've just printed off for, actual kit bashing because I've got to use the models.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a hybrid there where you can really, I think, hit a good middle ground. For what it's worth.
Yeah.
Also, I just agree with you outright. When the option's there, I would rather digitally kit bash something.
Oh yeah. Hold on, let's see. Jeez, you're old school. Zombie Bunny uses green stuff. God bless you, sir.
Hey, I've still got green stuff.
I got
it's
green.
Not too old school.
I
just got asked by a member of your chat if I was 60, so I might not be the right one to ask about this.
I have epoxy sculpt. I was the idiot who bought liquid green stuff when I first started the hobby, where the dude tried to pitch me. He's like, hey, yeah, you could just use this to fill in your mold lines. And I was like, okay. Or fill in the gaps in your shit. And liquid green stuff is the biggest crock of shit I've ever fucking heard of.
It doesn't work for shit, does it?
No, it doesn't.
I keep trying to find I don't anymore. I tossed it finally.
At least
I was trying to find a use for it and could not.
So the stuff that I had, I don't know, it probably dried out in the pot. It's green. All I had it's green stuff, in a paint pot. That's what I
Right.
ended
Yeah.
up
Yeah.
getting.
That's the same stuff that I had, and it was like
There's
it was
nothing.
either too thin or too thick for every application, and
Yeah.
there was no good way to thin it out.
Uh,
Was that how you experienced it? Like it was just the wrong consistency for everything?
well, it was just a solid something, like,
Oh yeah, yours might have dried out.
like it wasn't a brick. It was still malleable. It was just like, because then I would take it and then I would have to like rub it in the like into the gap to fill it, and I'm like, there's got to be a better way to do this shit. So that's why I'm probably gonna do sprue goo.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Forget the acetone. Go to xylene. Like acetone is good, but it does not have the kind of capacity or the kind of viciousness that xylene does for breaking that stuff down. Having tried both, and I think both of them are like $9 or $10 at the store. So if you've got the access to it, hell, I don't even know if they fucking sell xylene in California. Never mind, you might not be able to find it. I just realized that might be a problem.
But I tell you what, as we're sitting here for the last few minutes, because I don't want to start applying more paint. I have a sprue of things, and I'm gonna break these down, and I'm gonna put them into my Tamiya thin cement so that I can get myself some sprue goo.
Oh yeah.
Or
Well,
sprue
yeah, if
glue.
you're using a small amount of that. So I got to find out what we're very well matched because both of us will get. We're shopping for each other. Me and Kitsune are, right, for
Yep.
Christmas.
Yep.
And
As
both
one
of us
does.
were like, "I want to tell you this thing I got you,"
Oh yeah.
because like I'm excited to tell her, and it's like a month and change away, and like, yeah. Anyway, so she showed me one of the things, and so she's buying this guy out of some. It's like a bunch of Warhammer. Yeah, there's some minis and some bits,
Mm-hmm.
and a bunch of like there's like a second edition rule book in there for 40K, which is super cool. And one of the things the guy had was a bunch of molds that he has made, like silicone molds.
Ooh, risque.
Right? I'm
Risque.
excited about that.
Also a thing. I know this doesn't really work for some cases if you're looking for some specific stuff, but what my family does is we take, like, we all have an Amazon like shared wish list that we can throw shit on
Oh yeah.
all year, and then you probably forget about it, and then it just one day will pop up, like, will no longer be on your wish list because someone bought it, and you're like,
Gotcha. Well, I mean, hell, it's probably a very good way to.
so you
I don't
never
know.
get
There's
double
there's
bought.
always something in there for the thoughtfulness of it, but
Yeah.
I'm really hard to buy for. It's
Well,
like
that's
when
why.
it's bent stuff or this
you
stuff, I already have what I want most of the time.
Yeah, but so you put stuff, like, you put the stuff that you might think you want. It could be small stuff, it could be whatever, right? Just stuff that you want to put on your list. Just like, oh yeah, it'd be cool if I had this, but I don't need to buy it immediately. And then if your family's trying to figure out what the hell to buy you, they can just look at that and then they'll just buy that.
Oh yeah. It's not a bad idea at
As
all.
anybody says, for plastic, to me, extra thin cement. Yeah, that's what I got right here's. And I'm going to put sprues in it so that I now have a nice sprue glue. If my sprue doesn't want to keep flying away from me, that'd be wonderful.
If you're melting the stuff down, my recommendation is get as much surface area as you can if you got any sort of on it.
Well, I'm not melting shit
Of course. Oh, okay. You're just prepping it to be melted.
down. Well, I mean, I'm just cutting it up so that I can throw it into the thing.
Yeah. I think my screen is up on yours. This is my sprue glue. This is my travel batch of sprue glue. There we go.
Oh, geez. You just put acetone,
Yep.
right?
Xylene.
Xylene. That's. I don't.
So one of the things I'm kind of excited about is I asked her to ask the guy what kind of resin he's using for these molds,
Mm-hmm.
and I realized I have so many screws around, and like a gallon of xylene. It's like instead of any of that, what I might do is mix this stuff up fairly thin, and I will literally cast this stuff in Games Workshop plastic.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's made from official plastic, and I'll make a fucking YouTube video of it doing it. This is tournament legal. I bought it from them.
Yeah. Oh no,
This is just kid bashing at this point.
there's a dude on YouTube. He's just like, what can I make using sprue goo? And I even have bits here. I don't even want these clan rat arms. I have too many damn clan rats as it is. He's like, he made an entire gargant out of sprue goo in sprues.
That is awesome.
And he thought like, and he's like, well, this is all Games Workshop product, so is this legal at a
This
tournament?
is tournament legal.
It's
I
all
did see
Games
a guy
Workshop.
who made the Necrons out of sprues, and he just like made stick figures out of the
Out of
sprue stuff and made a whole Necron army.
Yeah.
And that is some next level ballsy shit, and I love it.
Yep. I mean, it just sits there. It's just, you know, unused plastic. My goodness, it's already dissolving.
One of the things that it just gets me is that is like how like I've worked in injection molding before,
Yeah.
and I know what the costs associated with that are, including like the die making and stuff. I do some of that kind of machine type stuff for fun.
Hold on just a second.
And,
Hey, take it easy, zombie bunny. Yeah, it's midnight. It's midnight there for you. Yeah, it's go. You got to work in 5 hours. Yeah, go to bed. We're just sitting here chatting.
Hey, thanks for the follows, Bunny. I appreciate it a bunch, and the kind words about the Instagram.
Yep.
Didn't go unnoticed.
We
Even though
will.
I'm terrible about the chat when we're chatting.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
All right, you were saying about plastic injected molds.
Yeah, it's like the sprues and shit that you're getting. So I opened up. I think it was a Space Wolves Dreadnought that I was doing on a commission, right?
Mm-hmm.
Opened up and I looked at the sprues, contain everything. So this is 17 cents worth of material after you pay the guy, or the worth of product after you pay the guy, and after you've paid somewhere kind of to make the die for you, and the life of the die. Like this is $17, 17 cents worth of output, and it just like it made me mad. I don't know why. I love the model; it's great, but it made me mad. I was like, I can't believe I'm paying.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop me from doing it, of course. So like.
What are you talking about? It was 17 cents worth of material.
Produce it. No, to produce it.
To produce it.
That includes the guy running the stamp, because that guy running that die, that injection molding die. I mean, a lot of these things time on them, something like 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Goes in, cools, kick it out, does it again, and somebody might have a quota on an 8-hour day of like 3,000 of these to kick out.
Yeah.
Right. And you can pay the guy $25 an hour and wouldn't change the costs per unit almost anything. But
yeah.
You and I both know they're not being made somewhere where people get paid well. So it's like,
oh no, the profit margin's ridiculous.
Right. And so no wonder they're fucking IP hounds. Like, of course we don't want to give this up.
Yeah, and that's why like the whole. I mean, they can't stop 3D printing. There is a certain point where, like,
honestly, I get better prints out of the Saturn S if I use a middling layer height under 0.5, but not the finest it goes.
Yeah.
Like I get higher, crisper prints out of that one, and definitely out of my Sonic Mini 4K than anything that have ever turned out.
I mean, so I 3D print. I 3D print my 15 mil stuff at 0.04 layer height.
Right.
Like,
I mean, well, obviously it does. I'm looking at it. Yeah. It does fine.
Yeah, it does great. It like anything past that, it's like, okay, I don't know if there's gonna be
dudes with faces or a lot of writing. That's where we do the 0.3.
Yeah. Okay.
And what I'm saying is, like, if you look at like stuff or Grey Knights is the other one.
Yeah.
Look at like their shoulder pads on everything, and so the edges are rounded because you have limitations. Like there are die limitations. You can only do so much with that technology, and 3D printing doesn't care about that. Like it doesn't matter
Yep.
because you don't have to have it at a 89-degree or less angle here in
Mhm.
order for it to release from the die. And yeah, I've been saying forever, if they had any fucking brain at all, what they would do is start licensing out STLs
Yep.
because you're not, you may as well join them.
Mm-hmm.
But what do I know?
Like, I don't. Honestly, I think if they just said, "Hey, you know what? We're gonna just start. Our local stores are gonna just be 3D print farms,
Yeah,
and it like we'll have a stock of models. Like every store will have a stock of models based on on the locals and what's available to them, and
but if you some specific, there's 36 hours of warning.
just let the dude know, and then also instead of just being a salesperson, now you have geez, I think I filled this son of a bitch and I forgot that I have to put this back in here. Whoops.
Well,
Uh,
I was gonna say the little thing off, but you're gonna want that.
yeah, I'm gonna want that.
The biggest problem with the big jar we've got is Apple using finding a way to apply it easily.
Yeah. No, I got it
Popsicle
in there.
stick cut with an angle works great.
Yeah. But the now they're also trained as a 3D printing technician, or let's create more jobs. And now you put some dude who like learns how to 3D print. All he has to do is take the STL, hit boop, go, and
Right.
voila.
Yeah, see, you've got some inbuilt assumptions there. Like, I would start with that's a fucking guy. He would do that. That take me way ahead for sure. I'm on this page. The other thing is, all right. So I work for
You're also cutting in and
or
out. I don't know what the hell's going on.
that could be on my end.
Also, my music stopped. So there we go. Now we have music again. Okay. Hi, sweet boy. I want to say hi to the sweet boy. There he is. Hi, sweet boy. What is it? You need to go outside, go potty? What? You got your ears back and you got energy. What is up with you? What? What do you want? This fucking idiot. What do you want? You just want attention? Is that all you want? You just want attention? Also, did I lose you? Nerd? Uh-oh. I think we might have lost Nerd. Oh, shit. Well, I'll tell you what. It is about time to sign off. So here's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with NerdGun stuff. Oh wow, we are offline. God bless. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna call it a night, and we're gonna send the party on to somebody else. Let's see who's live right now. Ooh, Tool Scar's live. What about this? If you want to see a guy do some non-metallic metals, Teal Skyer. This dude. Oh, hey, what? Stoneless B, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Kind of right there at the very end. What? Hold on, I don't know. Is nerd? Anyway, we're gonna raid Teal Skyer. I want to say, I guess we have more technical difficulties, but if you guys are here and you've enjoyed the show, thank you so much. If you haven't followed the channel, I guess, if you haven't followed the channel and you haven't followed NerdGunPainting, please follow and definitely give NerdGun a follow. It's always nice. And if you want to kick back and hobby with us, please join the Discord. And hit me up, and we'll see if we can try and figure something out in terms of getting you on. We can just chat and hang and hobby for a little bit, and all that other good stuff. So thank you so much, everyone, for watching. We're gonna raid Teal Skyer. I appreciate you guys, and I will see y'all probably on Hump Day. I'm gonna try and do Wednesday. Maybe not. Actually, no, I lied. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna do Saturday. No stream on Wednesday, mainly because it is Thanksgiving Eve. So I'm pretty sure that everyone's gonna be hanging out with their family at that point, and I want to spend time with my family. So, haha. Anyway, take it easy, guys. I appreciate you. I love you. Let's go raid Teal Skyer. He is doing more non-metallic metal shit, and it always looks amazing. So please show him some love. Please give him a follow, and I will see you all on Saturday for the big kickback. Good night.